Literally, as I was getting on, a lot of stuff just turned on. I'm still waiting for my chat to turn on. There we go. Ew. Jesus. Here's an interesting subject. Alright, I'm gonna read this real quick. What's that say? Zpp6 reactor has been shut down for over 10 months. The level of heat production is now very low, and cooling water requirements are within the capability of on-site equipment. 5 of those 6 units are cooled down in cold shutdown mode. While, hello there, Patty. While Unit 5, the reactor 5, is being maintained at an elevated level, known as hot shutdown mode, to provide auxiliary steam and heat. While keeping a Zpp reactor in continuous hot shutdown mode is not in itself a cause for concern, we agree on the June 8 order of the State Nuclear Regulator Inspector of Ukraine. The Unit 5 be transferred to cold shutdown state given the current circumstances. At this time, the threat of widespread release of radioactive materials is speculative, but this does not constitute an all clear for safety risk at the plant site. We base our assessments on the fact that information from reliable sources such as updates from the International Atomic Agency, IAEA. We expect the situation at ZNP to evolve, and it could change quickly. Potentially, development could render ZNP inoperable without necessarily posing radio threat to public health. We commend Ukraine for their prudent attentiveness to emergency preparedness and response planning until Russian armed forces leave ZNP. In the meantime, IAEA inspectors must be given immediate unfettered access to all areas of the Russian-occupied ZNP. Increase iaea presence and access will help the international community to cooperate or debunk information and deter potential sabotage. Now, this is from the Washington D.C. American Nuclear Society professionals. This is just a statement from American Nuclear Society professionals from Washington D.C. So I'm right there. Is in a well, I guess I would say a weird mode at the moment, but that's the latest issues that we've gotten from ZNP. Now, the biggest concern at the moment, which is the weird part, is that they've put one of the reactors into hot shutdown. Now, it's weird because all the other reactors have been shut down for over 10 months. I mean, cold shutdown for over 10 months, right? At least that's what these guys said. This is from Washington, right? And you know, that means that not only have we will we see if that has any implications, but as they're stating, it's been stated that it having a reactor in a hot shutdown mode for elevated amount of time is a continued concern. It's something that you shouldn't do. There's no need to do it. So, but we'll continue to monitor that at least. The Belarusian Independence Day was here some time ago. Oh, there, Ocean, how you doing? Let me check out the 80. Yeah, there we go. United Kingdom Airbus in Lithuania still alongside a NATO, Boeing E-3 still circling the areas around Lithuania. Of course, the NATO summit ended yesterday, and will probably have some leaders that are still, or maybe still in Lithuania. And the situation has been a historical event, so there's still a lot of monitoring going on, and we'll probably continue to see some monitoring, at least for now. We have a PA that's been circling just outside, kind of dipped into Kaliningrad there for a second. Look at that. So this could be like an ADSB mistake. I don't know. Probably is, but look at that. Kind of dip into Kaliningrad airspace, or as you would call that. These are outlines of, I believe, airspace. Kind of dipped inside of that. It's definitely getting. It was getting close there. Look at that. It's been circling out here as well. Going back there. Reports. As of now, are pretty nominal. Let's take a look at the deep state map, see what's going on there. We'll also give you your daily wind patterns. If there's any. If I was to put disaster on the way in the title, you know, a lot more people come in as soon as I do like live cam watch, you know. It's like, nah. If I do everything is cool, they do, oh, we don't want to watch that. Yeah, that is actually somewhat. Of an ideal day today. Give me 1 second. back. Actually, kind of a favorable position today for Russia to be blowing up the znpp, as the znpp is here. But yeah, I mean, you're gonna cover parts of Belarus and Poland, but not a direct win going in towards Western Europe, of course. Many parts of Scandinavia or Sweden, and well, actually, it would be a favorable position as it would be carried down as well over the UK completely, over Denmark, which sucks, but it would be carried over France and all that. An ideal place today for covering Europe in radiation, if that's what they want to do. But I mean, of course, we still have winds that are somewhat heading towards. You see that one? These winds right here, which it would probably also spread to these places or going over Moscow. They're probably waiting. If they're still planning to do something, they're probably waiting for a day with a wind is going, you know, boom all the way into Europe. Although those days are not every day you see that. Quite rare, actually. But we'll have to wait and see. And hopefully nothing happens as today as well. What's big concern at the moment is that we are monitoring Belarus, as there has been increased concerns about why Wagner has moved to iaea. Oh, yes, what? Yeah. But the E3s are pretty normal to see up. They're not too normal as well as the R100 tank. Well, can't speak right now, but you get what I'm saying. On well, somewhat unprecedented, but it looks to me that there's not a lot going on, at least today. The RC 145 is a those are river joints. We got a river joint. Are they the ones you're pointing out? We just got a P8 and we got a we got some tankers. Look at that, we got some tankers up. And then we got the larger concern, of course. Yeah, no, the lots of P8s actually. Yeah, 3 P8s, 4 P8s in total up over the area at the moment. I see those E3s right there. Somewhat common, but of course we want to keep an eye on that. Another tanker. Yep. Well, it's a busy day with the monitoring. Preventive maintenance. All right. Who is that from iaea? As of right now, I read an article just a second ago that said that it was still on hot shutdown mode, which was the Unit 5. In fact, was on hot shutdown mode. So, but I can't really. Yeah, I mean that's something. Okay. To continues to inspect the SMC thus far in mines and explosives has not been found. The Commission is still waiting for access to the roof on power units 3 and 4. Okay. They're still waiting for access to 3 and 4. The power, the route. They're still waiting for roof access to the 3 and 4 reactors roofs actually, which is also the areas where at least the reactor 4 is the area that's been talked about the most. So. And they still haven't been given access to that area, so can't really know as to what is occurring at that place. But it's weird why people would say, "Oh, you can't go up here." Why? Why can't we inspect a nuclear power plant? This is what we do for a living. The IAEA inspects nuclear power plant. It's literally their job. Oh, we got some air raids turning on right now. Actually, don't keep an eye on that. It's literally their job to check out nuclear power plants. But as of that, you know. Oh, you're saying to me? Oh, I didn't read the first one, which I didn't. I'm sorry. Temporarily occupied separation nuclear power plant preparing to transfer Unit 4 from the cold shutdown mode to hot shutdown mode. That's and I gotta point out to you, the 4, right, is the one where we've seen the mines or at least some kind of things on top of it. So it's weird why they now want to turn the 4 on and turn the 5 off. Right, so they want to turn the 5 off and put that into cold shutdown after it's been on hot shutdown. I just read an article on it. It's on Twitter at the moment from Washington. I read an article from Washington, an Atomic Society professors there was talking about that, and now we're hearing about reactor 4 being turned into hot down mode, which is conveniently also the ones we've seen satellite pictures of, to have some kind of mines on top of the plant. So, you know, very, very suspicious as to why they would do that now and what's going on there. And also begs to differ as to why they won't put those IAEA inspectors on the roof there. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, you said flash. I didn't see your first comment there, which I'm sorry. I didn't see that. I didn't read that. My bad. But wowzers, you know. The heat mode is the elevated temperature to produce, well, more hot steam, as of my understanding. I'm not a nuclear expert, but certainly is a weird situation to put it in. It is sus as heck. I would agree with that. It's weird. It certainly is weird. And why? And of course, the only areas that they haven't been given access to is reactor 4. So real strange stuff, you know, very strange stuff right now, and hopefully they will get access to it and see what's going on that roof. Of course, we have the satellite images of something on the roof. We don't know what it is. I mean, we haven't had a nuclear expert to look at it, so I hope you meant I guess you meant glad you are live, listening to at work, just looking. Glad I alive. Wow, what a shout out. I hope you mean you. I mean, I know you mean you, right? I'm gonna translate it as that. I hope that's what I hope that's what you mean. I don't know. Yeah. Yes, hit that like button and subscribe. Anybody who's new in here, hello and welcome. I do news. That's all I do. That's all I do, you know. But yeah. So lots of stuff going on. Numbers of air raids per day. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, that makes more sense. Live. That makes more sense. Still keeping an eye on the active volcano. Now, keep it in perspective. If this is your first time seeing this, gotta finish up. Okay, well, see you around there, would you? Keep in mind, if this is your first time seeing this run right here, right? You might think this is not, or if it's that big or what it is, right? If you look at the perspective of where the people are, you can't really see it today, but they're ants compared to this. This is a very big volcano right here. It's a whole line. It actually stretches. Oh yeah, actually you can see some people there. Look at that. Look at those people right there compared to the lava going on back there, or the magma spewing up right there. Look at that. There's people right there. Compared to that, it is huge, and it is continuing to go on. So lots of stuff happening there at least, but it looks to be it's like a whole line actually. It's like it stretches from there to over here somewhere, but this is apparently one of the most active areas. This is where it's been focused on the most. So active. This is in Iceland, if you're wondering what that is. Just gonna give you that. We're keeping an eye on that because of course, why not? It's a beautiful spectrum to be looking at. It's actually it actually is, and not every day you get to see them live. More air raids turning on right now. Something's definitely happening there. Of course, we've seen increased attacks over these last days. As we've seen from the NATO summit, we've seen many increased attacks in the areas around not only Kyiv, but around the areas of the front lines and inside Ukraine itself. And that has been a concern. Yesterday there was massive drone attacks in Kyiv, and we were watching that live. Some of them were hitting. We saw a big explosion actually live on camera, and we think that we heard the sound wave that happened in Kyiv, right? Oh, new hits here in Summit. This has also been an area of concern here, where there's been lots of rocket attacks here in Summit district. We heard we actually saw the rocket land in Kyiv, and then we think we heard the sound wave in Kharkiv. At least these guys right here, they turned up as soon as that went on. You can go back and watch the video and hear me talk about it, because I was we looked at it and all agreed that it was very suspicious that that turned on at that time. But somewhat of some big bombs going off there. Of course, keeping an eye on it. As of that, gonna get you your line update. I mean, there's been a lot of pushes around Bakhmut, which is the area of concern, which has been a lot of discussions lately, because you spend so much time pushing at Bakhmut. I mean, the Russians spend a lot of resources and people pushing at Bakhmut, and then all of a sudden now, right, Ukraine is pushing back at Bakhmut, which would, defeat the purpose of how much the Russians spent to protect it, which would be not only would be a big loss for Russia, but a very concerning. Well, sorry, I sound like I'm pro-Russian right there. I was gonna say it would be very great for the Ukrainians to show its resolve to take back that city, which is a very strategically important city and has been fought over these last few months. There's definitely heavy defense going on along the front lines, a lot of push through, and I think the Ukrainians might have found their weak points. And I think that Bakhmut is not the weak point, but I think they've looked at the areas and realized that areas around Donetsk and Luhansk are some of the regions they're going to be pushing in right now. Not right now, they're actually pushing here in Dnipro, as the Russians have taken. Sorry, they're not pushing into Dnipro. I don't know why I said that. That was stupid. Because I was looking at the map, and I was looking over here, and I was like, oh, they had up matches. No, they're pushing around Donetsk, which is what I meant to say, with the front line right here, and taking territory that has been occupied by Russia since 2014. Not a lot of advancements going on, but we're still hoping that they're doing their jabs, which is what I'm talking about. They're doing their little bit of a line adjustment and figuring out the weak points of the Russian defenses. Now, of course, the Russians, as weak and as bad as they are, has been putting on, and we're seeing a lot of air raids actually turn on right now. We might hear air raids turn on in the background here in a second. But of course, the Russian has been digging a lot of defenses, his own defenses. They seem to be working in an orderly fashion, somewhat. At least this is an area that the Russian is not going to give up, and is probably going to fight to the last man for. So, interesting situation. People are dying on both sides. No doubt the Russians are losing more, and yeah. But we might see the breakthrough happen anytime. I mean, seriously, anytime. It could happen now. It could happen in an hour. These breakthroughs sometimes happen. Look at what happened in Kharkiv. We're also seeing if they want to push at maybe Zaporizhia, if they're trying to look as if they're pushing at Bakhmut, so they remove some forces from that area to reinforce that area. They're gonna try and maybe push from the Dnipro River, which is completely dry, and the Russian hasn't put up a lot of defenses on that area. So that could be one thing. Of course, the ground there is not stable enough, I think, for tanks to move across, but for manned missions could be enough for vehicles. But it's hard to really say where they're going to be pushing. They could be pushing, because along the Luhansk and Donetsk is very, very heavily contested by Russians, and we're seeing the areas down towards the Dnipro River is less contested. which could be a further course for them trying to lure other defenses out towards Donetsk, and then having the chances to push down in Zaporizhia and cut off that part of Russia to the supply routes, which would make the offensive on that point way easier. And of course, what we're also seeing is the implications of the storm shadows trying to hit the Kerch Strait Bridge here some days ago, which could furthermore indicate that if the Russians, or sorry, if the Ukrainians were to be pushing here, it would make sense that they're... I think I hear some air raids in the back now. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I hear some air raids in the back there. But, you know, could be a further indication that they're trying to cut off supplies and, well, completely expel them from the areas, not only from znpp, but to completely expel them from the areas around there where they have been using that area to continue to shell Kyiv and other areas. But we'll have to take a look at it. We'll have to continue to watch what happens. Anything can happen, and you know, let's hope that the Ukrainians are digging themselves a nice little cave in here soon. That's your line update there. Of course, I could bring you the numbers, but at the same time, I know that the numbers are continuing to grow on the Ukrainian side. Oh yeah, no, yeah, this is the rubble of the orcs, yeah. The hot steam pile of nothing. Lots of air raids turning on here. We're looking into that direction right now. Gotta keep an eye on these cams right here to see if we can spot anything. Turn down these cams right here so you can hear me. See if we can spot anything here in the cameras. Might be able to. We know that there's been now hits in Sumy region, which has been heavily shelled over the Russians, or I would say heavily shelled. I would say that there definitely has been shelling in that area, which is weird because the Russians are not pushing them that direction, which is for the course for me. I've been looking at that. It's you know what's really weird here, as we see it's that 2 servicemen killed, but it's weird how we're seeing rocket attacks here along these lines right here. They're obviously spotting something around here, and this looks pretty empty, and there's nothing really going on here. I mean, this is a residential area right here. I don't know why the orcs are spending their very last missiles on taking out residential areas, but this right here has no strategic meanwhile, but you know, this right here is residential areas that's still being shelled. Weird why they're using the missiles on the front they're not even opening up on, which is something I don't know why they would be doing. It makes no sense to open up and fire rockets at the front where you're not even pushing. But not a lot of actual, seems as if the rocket attacks has calmed down here, which is a weird thing, because Russians usually shell a lot along here, but now it's actually not been that much. They might have depleted their stockpile here during these days. They seem to have focused a little bit more, but very few actually compared to what the Russians usually do, which is furthermore indications that the Russians are now, at this point at least, running out of munitions. But we're hearing a lot of air raids here in the back. I hope you guys can hear that. Yeah, turning on more now. Something's definitely about to hit, or at least have a threat of hitting. Let's keep an eye on that and make sure we don't. Seem to be coming down here. Welcome back, would you? 'Cause saying they're gonna calm down, but that's continuing right there all across the country. The Russian trolls just putting up Twitter tweets right now saying stop attacks on Russia, they didn't deserve it. What the fuck do you even mean they didn't deserve it? They're attacking the whole of Ukraine and you're saying Ukraine can't fire back? You know, I mean, it's such a weird way of looking at things. And Kyiv just turned on now, which is weird because we've seen, well, not weird, but Kyiv has been turning on these past few days. Keep an eye on it here, but you know, it's a sort of a weird situation there because Kyiv has been turning on a lot of these days here, and it seems that there's been a bigger focus on Kyiv now. Turning down a bit here. Gonna be checking around channels, not really seeing any reports of T-95s. Keep my eyes on that map there, see if we can see anything. The Kyiv. This is the Kyiv cam from yesterday as well. We were looking at yesterday. Some faint air raids in the back there. Still going on. No, I haven't have to most of them turn off by now. It's a good sign. Could have been a false alarm or something else is about to hit. Could still be going on, of course. Faintly turning down there again. So yeah, that's my question with Cheap, because it's weird because they have no front line there, and it seems to me that they're trying to just either trying to provoke, which is just because the rockets are landing in residential areas, you know, no surprise there, right? But to me, it appears that they're trying to either soften up some kind of defense line right there, or something. I mean, if they were, because I mean, if they were to soften up something, they would have to focus their fire on the Ukrainian front lines at the Belarusians, you know, because we're seeing in tactics from World War II, actually, Americans, you know, used to, right before they would push in with something, they would call over the radio and they would say, "Soften up," you know, and that would intrude a massive barrier attack from the ships on the positions. So kind of like the Ukrainians has actually used time to, sorry, soften up the, as they would say before, they've actually used time to soften up the Russian defenses. So yeah, air raid alert in Kyiv and region due to drone threat. So lots of drones actually turning on here. This is from UA Live right here. Look at that. As I was talking about before, now they updated a bit. There were some areas right here and around here that have been turned on, but I would say the worst indications, I mean, the areas as where the Russians are shelling, and see if I can find it again. I think it was around here somewhere. No, I can't really find it, but yeah, I can't find that again. It's possible. Don't know. I can't remember where it was. But it was in the residential area, you know. So, but I'm more concerned if they start shooting along like a line here, trying to shoot at those front lines to disrupt something, which could be a. All right, see you a little bit later there, Ocean. This could be something if they're trying to shoot up something here, which I mean, it's not everything. I'm not seeing it. They did shoot a rocket here near the border today, yesterday. So definitely something. Visit in China is on the agenda. So Putin's going to China again. What a surprise! But yeah, you know, if you start seeing massive attacks here along this front line here, you know, and we're gonna keep an eye on Kyiv because drones are apparently in the area, and I think I hear a faint air raid sound in the back there. Some still going on, but certainly keeping an eye on Kyiv Oblast here. If they're trying to hit that area with drones again, could be something going on there. Certainly a bit concerning that we're seeing these drones over here, and they've been doing it a lot since the NATO summit. Caliber missiles launchers were reported from the Black Sea over Macau region now. 5 minutes ago. Do you think that's what landed in Sumy? That's just now, right here. This is from a Russian war vessel. It's got to be from a Russian vessel. Because, what, a motorcycle exploded. Yeah, Summer Street in 2 reportedly wounded. Alright. Motorcycles don't just exactly explode. Motorcycles don't exactly explode. Depends on what kind of motorcycle it is. I don't think they usually explode. Do they? I don't think motorcycles explode like that. It depends on what kind of it was. It depends on what it was, of course. We're seeing caliber missiles right there being shot from reportedly a vessels, and the reason why I know that is because it's in the ocean right there. Over Macau, this is Macau, whatever. Region, but it could have been what we're seeing here in Sumy, but that's certainly something. Those are not every day you see actually attacks from, well, it happens pretty much every day. Yeah. Those exploding cycles. I've never heard of a exploding motorcycle. I've heard of a car exploding. I've never heard of a motorcycle just eternally, you know, combusting and just exploding. Well, either that was a very bad. What the hell is that? What is that? Is that brakes? I tell you what, if that... What the fuck? Oh, listen to that. That is something huge right there. Oh, is that a tank? Actually, never mind, the only things that could make that kind of noise when braking is tanks, isn't it? Was that a tank? It could have been a tank. Sounded heavy. I mean, it could have been a truck too, or some kind of old truck with bad brakes. They needed a brake check, I'll tell you that much. But that's the only sound. That sounded big. That sounded like really big, actually. Holy shit! Didn't really hear the tire tracks I would hear in a tank. Those like you know, when you hear in a tank, you hear those kind of go by. But at the same time, you know, big sound sounded like a tank there. But could have been tank, could have been nothing. But yeah, well, it wasn't nothing. I don't know. It wasn't nothing. I mean, listen, if that was a truck, it's one hell of a truck, you know. You know, I mean, I'm just saying, if that was a truck, you know, god damn, that's one hell of a truck. One hell of a truck. You know, you're like, that was. Oh, there it is again. Where is that? It kind of sounded like that again. Well, can't even see it. I can hear it. Oh, something. Wowzers. Want to find you a these are caliber missile. I mean, I'm not sure if it's exactly this one, but they look like this. I'm not sure if it's exactly this one they fired, but they look like this. That's a Russian war. Is it? Caliber cruise missiles right there. I mean, they're somewhat big rockets. So we got oh, actually a whole map here now turning red. That is oh my god. Yeah, there's certainly something, and it might be because of that cruise missile, but 5 minutes ago, and UA Live have to actually verify that and actually put that on, so it's probably been longer. So yeah, I'm betting on it being Sumi, actually, if I'm being completely honest. Sumi, because they have to get the report, then they have to verify it, and then they have to put it on. So it's probably been more than 5 minutes ago, which is you know, my thought process on that. But it was today. So let's keep it on that that note. Two servicemen killed and 4 wounded as a result of landmine explosions in Ravine region. The Russians was never here, so either Ukrainians forgot to tell their citizens that, oh hey, we have mines around here. Yeah, you know. I mean, the Russians was never here. So that's unfortunate. I mean, if that's 2 servicemen killed, 4 wounded as a result of landmine explosions in the Ravine region. And this is, the Russians was never here, so... so that's a bit weird, actually. That might have been an old mine that we got to track or even say that it was there. But that's unfortunate. I mean, things like this happen. Can't keep, you know, mistakes. But these kind of mistakes are the kind of mistakes that you those are the kind of mistakes you get fired for if you're in the army or if you're anything else. If you forget people to tell or map a mine or something like that. Obviously, we can't keep. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they keep track of most of the mines they put down or some kind of map they put up about it, because otherwise it would be you know, dangerous to drive in their own country. But I don't know why they would even put a mine there. This is actually really odd now thinking about it, because either it's a mine that's been put there in case the Wagner or Russian is trying to push from Belarus again, or it's a really old mine from like a long time ago. Because it's actually really odd, because why would they put a mine there? There's nobody around here, you know. So that's actually kind of odd when you're thinking about it, because there's nobody around here. Okay. It's a big one too. I mean, two servicemen killed, 4 wounded as a result of landmine explosions in ravine. This is weird because nobody's around here. The Russians haven't been here. The Russians didn't occupy this area, and now there's a mine here. So mistakes happened, obviously, but it's a bit weird why they even planted a mine in that area. I mean, it could have been before the war. It could have been, you know, so it could have actually been a mine that was planted there before the war even started, which would be tracked back to like a year. Unfortunate, you know, but those things happen. Yes, that is actually unfortunate. That's what I would state as friendly fire, because it's not the Russians. They would have planted that themselves. That is a big oopsie from whoever did that, or whoever forgot to log that, if they did forget to log it. Or they even thought about it and never thought about it, maybe. Or Russian sabotage. You never know. You know, you never know. I'm still thinking about that motorcycle in Crimea. How the fuck does a motorcycle just go... Like, how the fuck does a motorcycle just blow up? In the middle of a city. Very conveniently placed in the middle of the city, and motorcycle just goes fucking brah, you know? Convenient, right? Convenient. Stuff. Weird stuff going on. That's unfortunate about that mine right there, but nothing to do about it now, of course. Those reports of the Belarusians saying that they accused 2 NATO planes of actually going was never confirmed. So it might have been those people trying to stir something up. They were never confirmed. So can't you know. Putin says Russia to send nuclear weapons to Belarus in July. I mean, this is non-verified, but I can't verify this right here. How long ago was this video? This was a video which was quite long ago, actually. Probably was oh, how long was that ago? If it wants to load. Oh yeah, 1 month ago. Alright, 1 month ago this video, but I don't know if it's older. In July. I mean, we're in July now. I mean, we knew this was coming. You know, we knew this was coming. Of course, we knew this was coming, and now we're talking about nuclear weapons. Before we had tactical nuclear weapons. Now we're talking about, you know, nuclear weapons, which is something in a different. Which is, you know, I think what they're talking about now is ballistic, or you know. Those ballistic missiles, or even the big missiles, but can't, you know, undeny that. What's that? No, I know. You guys want to see? You guys want to see explosions? Look down here. Massive explosions down here. it ears me. It ears me. You know, sometimes I'm like, sometimes I know it's not quiet. It's really not quiet right now. It's actually quite busy in Ukraine, but at the same time, you're kind of waiting for that next like something. You know, kind of waiting for the. Because Russia knows it's in the grind still. And it's probably gonna lose down there. You know, it probably knows that it. Welcome back, Air Ocean. It probably knows that it's gonna lose somewhere, some land down here, and can't keep on to that forever. So you know, I'm kind of waiting. It's me waiting for that next something, that next attack, or that next something. You know, and if you know Wagner is sent to Belarus to train their armies, are we seeing entering of Belarus? How long are we gonna talk? I mean, training doesn't take 2 days and then you're sent in, but a speeding process of training those troops. Oh, more regions right now. Could be the drones now trying to head in different directions. Could be seeing a turn on the whole map right here. So that's something. But it sort of irritates me because why would they need to train up Belarusian army? They're not going to war. But if we're talking about an extensive training, because of course the Belarusian army has already had training, and we're talking about extensive training or recruitment centers or something like that, of volunteers, which of course the Belarusians call volunteers, but probably they're not going to be volunteers. They're probably going to be forced to it. Continues on that, right? I'm continuing on that trend. I mean, if Belarus is going to train up a lot of Belarusian soldiers alongside Wagner, who's going to teach them, are we going to see a speed up process? Is it going to take weeks, months? Something big in the background down. Looks like it's driving into Donetsk. Could be a tank. It's great that this guy is now having his camera cut out every time. That's weird. What's this to cut out? Come on, man. Where's your goddamn camera? That's the one thing about this guy. His cameras, they cut out a lot. But that sounds like some kind of vehicle down here in Donetsk. Of course, that could be Ukrainian or I don't know if it was a tank. It could be some kind of vehicle. Look, it sounded pretty heavy. Holy shit! Whole map's turning red now. I didn't even see that. Look at that. Whole map. Yeah. This is going pretty crazy right now. We're definitely talking about those drones attacks. Yeah, actually going pretty crazy right now. Map is lighting up. What is going on? Yibbers. You know? Yibbers. What's that? Wowzers. The Belarusian defense ministry, apparently this is a tweet from them, I don't know how credible this is, has now stated that PMC Wagner will train Belarusian army, which is me saying fuck. What does that mean? I mean, how long is that going to take? How many are they going to train? Is it going to be a speed up process? Is it going to be taking months, weeks? If they're trying to speed it up, of course, that is something that's very concerning. The reason why I'm saying that is because what exactly are you training for? You know, I mean, Wagner right now, we got to give them the credit of the factor that they are somewhat of a battle-hardened group, right? But they're also, many of them are criminals and prisoners. So, shit, you know, I mean, they're gonna be training up Belarusian military, which will add. And then if Belarus decides to call maybe some of their reserves or whatever, could be talking about an extra 100,000 right there. I mean, 100,000. I mean, this is a, because I'm thinking about if they're adding the Belarusian army, which is about active personnel of 62,000, add the Wagner forces, 25,000, maybe more, right? We're getting pretty close to 100. Maybe there's some volunteers that says they're volunteers, right? But it could be forced in to make that 100,000. So maybe about 100,000 soldiers right here that could be trained up, right? And what are they gonna do then? You know, because why are you training up an army? Why do you need to train them up? What are you talking about? So that's a bit concerning. And what that would indicate is if they're going to try to take Kyiv, we have a force of 100,000. I'm not sure how many forces are at the Ukrainian border, but we might see that rise if they're seeing a significant threat coming from that point there. You know, I mean, I mean, of course, the Ukrainians have been getting ready for a long time, but as much as I would like to say that they're completely ready, we also are going to have to admit that a lot of the Ukrainian forces' equipments are on the front line because they have to. And if they're pushing from both sides, that would mean a definitely the indication of NATO needing to speed up their processes on delivering equipment to Ukraine, and that would open up two fronts. Certainly be a sort of a dangerous situation. Of course, I don't believe that it's going to bring. I mean, we also, you know, well, you also have to think about a lot of these people on the Ukrainian front here are not battle hardened. Some of them might be that they have been sent from the front maybe to try and help these and train up these, or many of these up here could possibly be NATO trained. But a lot of the NATO trained ones actually go to the front line because of obvious reasons. So very a bit concerning there. I mean, if that's true, and that's from the Ministry of Defense in Belarus. Oh, that sounds like a truck or something. That's the same truck with those terrible brakes. My old truck right there. You know, goats kick that hard. What are you guys doing? Getting kicked by goats? And the second person coming in here saying they got kicked by a goat. Like, what do you know? Why are you getting kicked by goats? Come on. Now listen to that right there. Shh, that's the truck right there. You did that because the gear shift, but shh, like that's a truck. What kind of truck? I don't know. So it sounds pretty big. Terrible brakes, you know. Sounds like they're old. They wear pads. Great idea, actually. Wear pads. I would say that. Save you the idea of getting kicked in the shins. But I mean, if that, of course, is credible, I can't claim anything from being critical, and I can't claim it from being from the Belarusian. I'm gonna search it up from the Belarusian Minister of Defense. But if it is true, you know, well, you work on a farm. Pads? Can't afford pads? Sure, well, you can makeshift pads. Get some duct tape, right? And you get some. You can shape if you shape the sheep, right? You get some duct tape. You kind of put some of that in there, and you could make some good padding, or even anything else, right? You can makeshift those pretty easily. You can, if you can afford duct tape, you know, get that stuff going. I'm just saying. Think for one. Think. but it is certainly a stunning news coming in if that is true. And what are we going to see? Implications happening on the front lines of what indications will that have? What are we going to look at? I mean, what you know, why? And yeah, it is something concerning to think about. Talks going off there in the background. I like how as soon as you search up like military defense of like Belarus or Russia, the first thing it does is ask for your location. Like that's like sometimes the first thing it does. It doesn't allow me to go into the goddamn website. What's going on with my internet right now? Come on. God damn it. The dog barking its lungs off there in the background. I don't know if you can hear that. It's starting going crazy. Yes, inflation. It is a serious issue. Kind of makes you wonder if you picked the wrong president. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. I had to go rewatch the day after tomorrow after the news of those ice caps melting. You know, a lot more of the ice has been melting. I think it was a report of something along the line that looks like French. Sorry, something along the lines of the size of France. And rock bottom in 2023, we've seen the highest incline of ice melting, which means that the less ice there is, the more sunlight is going to be absorbed, because ice reflects 90% of the sun's energy, solar rays, if you want to call it that. Without the ice, that place where we see before, because it's completely dark down there, because that area has not seen light, you know, in many millennia or time. It's very dark, so it absorbs the energy in that place extremely well, which means that area gets heated up a lot more than it would be done before. So that movie is free on YouTube right now. Free. Well, you go watch it. It is from 2004, so it's an older movie. But it certainly because I mean it can have a negative effect. If you haven't watched that movie, go watch it. It talks about the effects of what this could have. I mean, climate change or not, this is a serious threat to our existence. I mean, my theory of it is that what used to be warm is going to turn cold. So it can have a negative effect of what we're saying global warming. It'd have the negative paradox, which it would literally turn everything more cold. You know, last time we had an ice age, what caused that, right? So it's for me, it's like, is it climate change or is this natural selection? I mean, could it be Mother Earth doing this? In many ways, it's done it before. I mean, what happened the last ice age, and those mammoths that we are seeing, you know, like how are they so well conserved? How are they so well preserved? And people say, well, they were frozen in ice and laying in ice. No, they weren't. What happened? Well, they were, but what happened was what happened was they literally froze in place. I mean, the moisture on their skin, right, would literally just freeze up. The whole body would freeze up. You know, food in their mouth, the whole guy, animal, I mean, the mammoth giant, you know, freeze up. You know, grand solar minimum or not, whatever it is, it's a serious situation. And I mean, the indications of people saying this is because of climate change, I also have to point out that it's happened before, you know. You know, this has happened before. To be honest with you, I'm not the most expert on grand solar minimum effects, but you could search it up. It certainly is something they're talking about a lot. You know, this sort of situation is not the first time we're seeing this happening on Earth. This is not a first-time event. It's happened before. It happened the last ice age and the last before that. So, and at that time, humans didn't even exist. You know, carbon dioxide being released into the air. You know, the only thing that was released into the air at that time was dinosaur farts. You know. Well, 200 years ago, there was not an ice age 200 years ago. Think that. There was not an ice age 200 years ago. I don't know if you're talking about grand solar minimum, but well, it's nothing to do with climate change. In my mind, this has nothing to do with climate change. So those electric cars, I don't think it has anything to do with climate change. Because it's happened before. These rock bottom, because if you look at last year, there wasn't any ice caps. It's winter. It's winter right now in Antarctica. The spread of ice should be happening. So you can't tell me this is because of climate change. Because the spread of... The spread... Yeah, exactly. The spread of this, you know, when you're looking at Antarctica, it's winter in Antarctica, so the ice should be spreading a lot faster than it was happening before, right? But sorry, I didn't make sense right there because I'm trying to. Okay, sorry, I meant to say that the ice should be spreading. Okay, the ice should be spreading, but it's not, and we don't know why. The ice should be spreading, but it's not. Which baffles me because there's nothing stopping it from spreading. The climate change... No, listen. The Earth isn't that hot that it's going to stop ice from literally melting. Spreading. The Earth isn't that hot at this point. But if it doesn't spread, those areas are going to get hotter. You can't deny that. And that's scientifically proven, nothing to do with climate change. That's because the Earth is now going to absorb, you know, those 90% that we usually absorb, right? Well, I mean, if Elon Musk is going to get us to Mars before all this shit happens, you know, he's going to do some people some favors. Probably only the rich people, but, you know. So the question is, for me... People keep talking. Is there anything we can do if release those carbon? If we stop releasing carbon? I don't think so. I think this is a current event that's happened before, and it might happen very well again. And grand solar minimum is to my knowledge not the cause of it, because, and I'll tell you this again, because the last grand solar minimum, as you mentioned before, was 200 years ago, and if it happened, right? Yeah, they lead, yeah, you know, but yeah, man, I'll be honest, you know, people keep saying, "Hey, we can live on Mars." Fuck Mars. Seriously, it's you can't breathe on Mars, you know. You can't breathe on Mars. There's nothing to grow. You can't grow anything on Mars. So you have to eat fucking package. And I mean, if listen, you live in these habitats, right? If these habitats and the cubes explode or implode or anything goes wrong, the water filter breaks. Can't fix that. You know, there's not gonna be any help from Earth. Can't fix that. You know, if the filtration systems and if the if the power systems break, or if the I have to point out all these things, you know, if it's a capsule, you know, if those break, if there's any kind of slips of air that happens, right? Those crops that you're trying to grow inside on Mars, it's not going to help shit. Yeah, I wasn't saying anything against you, Melissa. I wasn't saying anything against you. If I think it was saying anything against you, I wasn't doing that. No, they didn't find plastic on Mars. You know, no matter what, if the, I mean, I'm talking about climate change here. I'm not talking about global warming. You know, climate inside Mars. Yeah, climate change is the factor of what I'm talking about here. Not global warming. There's a distinct difference between climate change and global warming. Global warming is because we release the video of finding plastic on Mars. What kind of plastic? Regular old plastic from a Tic Tac? No, there was just nothing up on the Mars front. Tube left over from what?
Team at NASA spots an interesting piece of debris on the Martian surface, just next to the rover. This close-up confirms it is likely to be from the spacecraft, possibly as a result of the landing.
It's from the spacecraft.
It is likely a benign piece of plastic or shrink tube left over from a terminated piece of wire. As Curiosity takes its second scoop, a bright particle can be seen in the sample hole. Given that spacecraft debris has been identified in the area, the team at NASA orders the rover to also discard the second sample. If any of these bright particles are from the space...
Yeah, there's not plastic on Mars. There's nothing on Mars. And people keep talking about there might be animals on Mars. There's nothing on Mars, you know. But if an animal was to survive on Mars, it'd be one hell of a tough animal. Just saying, you know. But there's no plastic on Mars. If there is, it's from the Discovery teams. But I'm not gonna, you know, because the whole situation about climate change or not, I mean, well, global warming is one hell of a subject that they keep bringing up. I mean, climate change in itself is the changing of our weather and our water streams. What is cold becomes warm. If the ice keeps melting away, now it has been smelting away at a rapid pace. 170 billion tons a year at Antarctica and 270 billion tons in Greenland. So there's no denying the factor that it has been turned. That there has been more and more smelting of ice. But I mean, as well as I talked before, that could also be because of the indications of the changing of rivers, tides, and the simply hot streams. You have Gulf Stream has been moved. It has moved. Has it? I don't know, but it probably has a tiny bit, which could indicate more warming. You know, global warming in its own would happen. You know, because global warming would happen if the ice melts. Because the less ice there is, the less reflection there is, the more the Earth is going to absorb, and that's going to heat up the Earth. So, you know, global warming is a very, very real thing. If the ice caps and the ice keeps melting, global warming is going to keep on going. But I don't know if it's because of the carbon emissions. I mean, the whole talk about the ozone layer is going to be burned a hole in. Can't really know about that, but you know, I'm just saying. But we're also seeing the indications. This is your ZMP update. Yes, Nick, this is yeah, this right here. If anybody is wondering, this is the Iceland volcano, live right here. Anybody's wondering about their ZMP update, we have the Russian. Listen to that. Sounds like a tank. You hear those tire tracks? I think something's going on because they've been moving things back and forward here. That sounded like a tank, didn't it? I mean, it could maybe because, or a, you know, or a truck. But those tire squeals, but you know, can't know what it is. Just saying. Russian invaders are preparing to switch 7PP power unit from 4 to a hot shutdown, right? It's been in cold shutdown. Now the funny thing about that is, Unit 5, you know, the reactor 5, is in hot shutdown at the moment. They're going to switch that one to cold shutdown and switch Unit 4 to hot shutdown. Or yes, hot shutdown. Yes. You good, Nick? What did you say? Awesome. What do you, I don't want to remove anything, Ding. I don't know what you're, indicating. I don't think I've talked about removing anything. You know, the idea behind that is that the only places that hasn't been discovered yet, or it's not discovered, sorry. I've been talking so much about space that now I'm starting to say discover. You know, the only place that, to my red on map? Oh yeah. The only place we need now is Kharkiv and Odessa. The whole map right now is turning red. It's crazy. But conveniently, the only place that hasn't been searched by IAEA is Reactor 4. The roof of Reactor 4 is the only place that hasn't been searched. Now, conveniently, that's the place that we've seen some weird stuff on the roof. The objects that we've seen, that's on Reactor Wharf roof. So, it's not been turned into hot shutdown, which is a place where it continues to sort of heat up in a way. It produces more steam in a heated temperature rise. That's my understanding of it. Now the indications of this, you can't run a hot shutdown on the reactor for too long. But you know, it's hard to say why they're doing it. They could just keep it on a cold shutdown, but if they're trying to do some kind of power, you know, they could be trying to compensate for the other ones being in cold shutdown by putting that one in hot shutdown, so it produces more power and steam. But I don't think they're even using those plants anymore to do anything, because it's been in shutdown for 10 months. So, and this is the first indications of them really doing anything. So kind of a crazy night today, you know. A lot of movement there. I don't know where that is, but it's certainly around somewhere. I don't understand your question, Dingbat. I gotta be honest. I don't think anybody would want to remove CO2, because then we couldn't breathe. You know? And oxygen, couldn't breathe. This is a funny thing. I was talking about this earlier in the stream. I don't know if anybody's new here, right? Look at this. A mine in this area right here, and it could be a fail from knocking it down or whatever, but the Russians haven't been in this area. This is not a place where the Russians would occupy at any point in this war. So, and 2 servicemen were killed by a landmine explosion. So, either somebody forgot to lock that, or something weird happened there. But that's certainly a bad situation to happen. So 2 servicemen. Don't know if it was soldiers or servicemen. Could also be EMTs or something like that. Firefighters. You know, we can't really know who or what was that. Servicemen can be many words. I think this is a ambulance station down here as well. See, we have guys that look like they're actually in gear down here. Oh, sorry. Look at that. These guys look like they're in gear down there. Some sort of gear. Talking to each other there. They're on a 24/7 notice, and we've been seeing in Kyiv. We've been seeing, especially on this road right here, a lot of vehicles and ambulance running by there. So may hear some faint air raids in the background there. I'm not sure. Can't really wait hear it. Not a far trip from. Are you talking about the landmine? What are you what? Oh, you meant Belarus. Oh, not a far trip from what? From Belarus? Or what are you saying? Belarusk? I would say that's a pretty far trip from the border to, you know, but, well, I guess not the farthest, but, well, okay. But it happens, you know. Sometimes in war times, I mean, I'm sure it happened a lot of the times in World War II. I'm sure it happened. I mean, lock systems and all that. You planted a mine and they were cheating, and then it could have happened, you know, at any time, really. But yeah, not a far trip from Belarus. I don't think that was Belarusians that went into Ukraine and planted one mine and then left. Because I think they would have been noticed as there are Ukrainian lines all across that. So I think it was a Ukrainian mine, just some unfortunate mistake. Yeah, I mean, we're not seeing too many changes on the battlefield, and of course with the addition of the now, I can't claim this, but I can't. Some people are stating that the Belarusian defense ministry have put out a statement saying that Wagner will be training Belarusian army. I mean, what are they going to be training it for? Why? You know, why do they need to be trained? They're not in a war. So what kind of training are we talking? Combat readiness? How long? You know, can't know that, but certainly is something that we want to keep an eye on. As well as missiles. I mean, it was a landmine, so it was. I mean, if they shot a missile and it landed and it was a landmine they shot in, I don't know if there's any systems that does that, but haven't seen any missiles in that area for a while. So it could be could actually be a mine that was planted there before the war. Because when you think about it, Ukraine didn't know where Russia would be pushing from. Well, I think they had some kind of idea, but thinking about it, you know, it could have been a mine planted there before the war. It is a bit bizarre, you know. I do not have a military background, no. But you know, I think I just happen to know that it's not a Belarusian mine. So I just happen to know that Belarus did not go into Ukraine, plant one mine, and then go back. So, you know, don't think I have to be a military genius or experienced to put that conclusion together. well, the reports of the, and this is not from me, this is from the UAE live map here. Sorry, just click on everything right there. The reports of air raids alert in a few seconds ago. Calm missile launch were reported from the Black Sea over Macau. This is the second one today as well. We've seen now 2 of these go off here. There were one here actually a bit earlier as well that said 5 minutes ago. Now it's saying a few seconds ago. So they're definitely firing something off. Cruise missiles. Caliber, those are cruise missiles. Air raid alert in Kyiv and region due to these drone threats, which we also saw yesterday. So some attacks coming in from not only well from Russia, from Black Sea Fleet that's apparently operating right now very close to Crimea. There's definitely some kind of truck movement or something. Those don't sound like normal trucks. They're definitely very heavy trucks if it is, but you sound like some kind of a heavy equipment or trucks that is carrying something. I mean, it sounds like the engine is pretty big on that one. Yeah. There were more drones than 2 persons were killed, actually. Yeah. Have a good time resting, Nick. See you on the upside, or if there is one, right? Alright, well then, what did that say? Oh, an hour ago. Okay. When I went into it before, and it's early in the stream, it said 5 minutes ago, and then it said a few seconds ago, and then now it's saying 1 hour ago. All right, well, damn. Oh, okay, so there's more rockets there. That's 14 hours ago. Ukraine air defense shut down 11 of 15 Russian shaded drones overnight. Oh, okay. Well, well done there. Air defense active near Zaporizhia against drones. Alright. Yeah, they're launching a lot of drones attacks at the minute. A lot of stuff going on the drones right there. One thing is, I doubt that iaea. Oh, there we go. Himmel. Okay, I'm not gonna even try to pronounce that. You guys can see it here. I'm not gonna even try to pronounce that. Like that is. I'm not gonna try to pronounce that. But apparently an explosion is reported here in the area. Pretty big section. But of course we don't know exactly where that is. I don't think we have any cameras in that area. But we'll keep an eye on that. Well, there. But probably drones, maybe. Yeah. between normal shutdown and cold shutdown is essentially the fuel has gone completely, almost completely cold. In a typical shutdown, regulated levels control fuel responsible. Regular levels of coolant are still required, and fuel remains responsibly hot, and it continues to react. All right. Well, the map's turning red. That's what's going on. And a report from, I can't verify this, right? But Belarusian Defense Ministry apparently has stated that they're going to be training again with PMC Wagner. So my question is what are they training for and why are they training? So that's what's going on at the moment there, lady. How you doing? This is weird. Maybe I shouldn't call you lady. It sounds like a. I mean, I know it's your name, but like, hey, what up, lady? Like, no, like maybe I should call you Lee. I can't do that, because Lee. Then everybody thinks I'm talking to Lee. So I'll call you Bell. Call you Bell. How about that? Yeah, lots of drone attacks, lots of everything going on at the moment there. So. Funny when I'm okay. Wait, I'm gonna search it up on YouTube, see if I can see a video on it. I think I hear some air raids in the back there. That's good. Or at least.
In the heart of Ukraine, a fierce battle.
Or actually might be some kind of car. Can't really know about it. Well. Your name is Lee. Well, it's just another Wednesday. Yeah, pretty much. It's first day in Ukraine. So I don't like me. Well, maybe you should get different damn animals then. No. Eat them all. Get some new ones. No, that's cruel. That's cool. I mean, Lee, I can call you. What do you want me to call you? I mean, Bell, Lee. I can call you Lee, but then it'd be pretty confusing when Lee comes in here, if he does. He's been here once, you know, so. I'm routing on it, but. See you later. Alright, see you later. Have a good night. Then some of my rats. Rats? Do you keep rats or do you just have a lot of rats? God damn. I could never. Sorry, I just can't imagine having a rat as a pet. I don't know. I mean, I know they got the ability to, you know, recognize you're human and all that, have some sort of sentient relationship, but god damn. Oh, Lady Lee. Alright. Well, Lady Lee. There you go. Well, It's almost too quiet, isn't it? Yeah, as he says there is many air raids going on there. Open up that. 50 pet rats, 50 of them are house things and roam like cats. Oh my god. I'm sorry. There you go. Another explosion here. It's going crazy tonight. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that, but witchy, goddamn, I could never, ever do that. I'm sorry. I just, oh, can't. Yeah, I know they're not, you know, disgusting with their pet rats, you know, but I just, you know, it's weird for me to keep an animal that I've already killed once, you know, and I gotta be honest with you, I've killed some rats, but it wasn't, you know, house rats. I probably wouldn't kill a house rat, but you know, the rats that we have killed was the ones that, you know, the pest, as they like to call it. But you know, people like what they like. Oh, air raid's turning on. I'm not getting, you know, Witcher, you do what you do. You do you. Oh, Fantasyland Elvac. You know what? I would actually like to see that one day. That's what love it. Oh my god, damn. Got a street? Oh, that's a street lamp. Sorry, I just... One second, I want to check that out. Sorry. Can't even... God damn. Well. That's a weird air raid, isn't it? It's kind of a weird air raid sound, isn't it? It's like... It's not like a... It's like a straight one. Like, ooh. I never met like a house rat that actually was strange and all that, you know? Never actually met them. So I don't even know about how they react and all that, you know? But the only thing I don't get is how you have 50, you know? I mean, 50 of them, there's one thing to have 2 of them. It's one thing to have 50. So, is that some shells going on back there? What's going on? Cabeça. Sleep with you? Oh. God. I mean, that's nice, I guess. Never met a person with 50 rats. I gotta be honest with you. He's having ferrets. Best confidence. Oh, you okay? So read. Okay. Well, it makes a lot more sense with you. I thought it was just kind of. I thought you just had 50 rats for fun. You know, not that there's a problem. You know, I just thought, you know, there's a reason why you have them. Is that kind of weird? I mean, do you keep some of them? Gotta ask you. You know, do you keep some of them? Because you kind of grow close to some of them, or do you keep? You know? Do you keep all? Do you keep all of them, or do you? Oh, Kiev, on, Kiev City. That is a weird sound, air raid sound. I mean, am I the only one thinking about this? Right now? It's not fluctuating. It's not fluctuating. It's just one big, like, you hear that? Oh, the hairless? Oh, okay. Hairless? Goddamn. There's a whole city, Kiev, right now. Goddamn. Weird air raid sound. You don't keep them all? Alright. Keep an eye on all this. Big hit on Kyiv just now. 125. Well, where do you get this from? I'll search it up. Did we see that on camera? Too busy doing something else. These guys are gone. I mean, we saw people talking here, and now they've probably been called out for something. Big hit in Kyiv. Of course, of course, of course. Didn't see it on any of these camps, did we? No. I don't think we had any camps that actually saw it. I was saying, it's not going up or down. Large explosions in Kyiv now, they're saying here. The Royal Intel. Royal Intel, that's... okay. Well, and you also have Ukrainian front lines, which are pretty trustworthy as well, have reported explosions reported in Kyiv now, 1 minute ago. So something larger is going on at the moment here in Kyiv. Yowzers. No, it's not in the Oblast, it's in the city. Kyiv City. Look at that. Kyiv City. Not in the Oblast or region. It's turning off now. Or is it? But that was a weird... I mean, is it? Air defense is working in Kyiv region now. Arvenia, she's a Ukrainian that lives in Ukraine, and she's saying that air defense is working in Kyiv region. A jet? No, I think that's cars. No matter. What? Well, there's a big difference between pet rats and wild rats. Not only do the wild rats, of course, carry diseases, you know. No, that's a car. I've heard that. I've heard those before. Those are cars. You hear like kind of running on the road. So also a jet sound. It's just a jet is way louder. You wouldn't be mistaken if it was a jet. But yeah, so that happened. I'm going to see if I can get a video on it, if something like that. We're definitely going crazy tonight, guys. Victoria, crazy loud explosion in Kyiv. Here reported now. Thank you, Rose, for reporting on that one. Didn't you get to say thank you for that? Came in with the report there. Thank you. Wowzers, you know. But pet rats. Dude, listen to that. That right there sounds like a big truck. Could be a normal truck. That's what I'm saying. You know, it could be a normal truck. You hear that? You know, that's a truck. Oh, there you go. Heard that shell? That's a shell right there. Don't know what that was. God, it's hard to keep your eye on two screens at once. You gotta help me scour the screen right now. I don't know if you can do that. Zaporizhzhia is completely blank up there. Oh, there you go. Kyiv. Look at that. Hey, look at that. Look. Look. Look at the sky. Look in the sky. Look at that. Big explosions there. Kyiv Oblast. Look at that. Look. Boom, right there. That is a loud one. Could be cruise. We know the Black Sea is out tonight. Flashes there in Kyiv. That was in Kyiv Oblast, but this could be I think we're looking into the city here. Yeah, that was definitely there. So they're going at it tonight at Kyiv. Wow. Oh, listen to that. Sounded like more explosions just then. Oh, there you go. More just turned on. Holy shit, they're going at it tonight. Poltava region. We just heard a big one as well right there. Yeah. There are explosions all over. They're going at it tonight. Bombarding the whole shit out of them. Why would you need to go to leave when you have me? Oh. Another one. Look at that. Seems like there was some flat. Oh, look at that. That's not lighting. Yep. More things there. Ukraine military air defense engaged over Kyiv. Kyiv loud. Ukraine front line. Kyiv loud. Ukraine front lines have reported and put out a tweet two minutes ago called Kyiv loud. Many, you know, don't know how credible this one is. We have a video here of what appears to sound like a what is those Shadis drones? Do sound like them. Listen, can you hear it? This could also be a trimmer. Can't know if this is true, of course. Can't know if that is true, of course, but that certainly seems to be a explosions from drones and air defense over Kyiv. Noisy night. Kyiv explosions at 1:33 a.m. More turning on here. The mass media reports of explosions. Be careful braking. All right, something's going on in Kyiv tonight. They're going at it tonight. Appears to be drones. That the videos that there. Pull it off. Oh, more explosions there. Show that again. See, look at this. Keep your eye here. See? You hear that? All right, there. The flash is going off. See it in both cams. Kind of heard a little sound wave right there. More cams going on. Right. Okay. Well. Heated explosions. Also, from now on, unless I say Lee is live, you don't put Lee's live in the chat. It's cool that you want to go watch him, but Lee doesn't promote my channel. He doesn't say, "Oh, Lee's live." He doesn't say "Boring History Live," but I do it every time. So from now on, unless I say it, you don't put it in the chat, or you will get a timeout. Also, you know, the whole speculation thing. You know, think that it wasn't that long ago since you were in here saying that you thought that was a Belarusian explosion, and you said that wasn't a long drive from Belarus. So, I mean, yes, I might speculate on it, but I look at the facts, and then I say why. You know, I don't say this is gonna happen. You know. Being said, I'm okay. Well, have a good time then. You know, it's not like you think it's gonna hurt my feelings or something. You know. Oh no. Oh no. Anyways, you know. Look at that. I think we saw that in the explosions right there. Look at that. Look. Wowzers. I mean, this is actually the best view we have of it. Look at that. Into the sky right there. I'm not worried about anything, ML. I'm worried about the factor that I'm sitting here reporting on explosions, and we're seeing explosions. People would rather want to, you know, say that I'm misinforming, or saying that I'm speculating, or saying that I'm doing anything else but the reporting, you know. It's weird what the audacity of some people are, you know. This is the situation right now that we're having in Kyiv. Lots of drone attacks and all that, and we're still, you know, finding ways to say that I'm an idiot. So, look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. What is that? That might be... That might actually... Look at that. What was that? Look at that turning on. Oh, look at that. Looks like it came from the ground. Could be air defense. Look at that. Came from the ground. Hit something mid-air. Look at that. Nobody said that was speculating, no. Just indications, you know, but whatever. But look at it. It came from the ground. Came from Kyiv right there. Look at it. Came from the ground. This is in Kyiv. It could be air defense right there, and then it hit the drone. Look at that. Boom. Hit midair. Light it up. Wait, really quick. Real lighting up right there. That is apparently an air defense hit on a oh, small one. Just as I turned on right there. Oh, look at that. What are you doing, bro? You flips the camera down. What are you doing? What are you with the camera up? Holy shit. Holy shit. Look at that. Look at that. Boom. That was huge. Look at that. That was air defense probably. Hit something. Boom. Holy shit, that was huge. Wow. Oh, another one. They're going at it tonight at Kyiv. Get it here first. You know, ML, I don't really care. So either you stop or no. So, you know, I have been given sources, and I'm not going to sit here talking about this and spend time arguing with people. They spend rather time talking and arguing with me than actually reporting. So, yes, okay. So, say what you want, but I'm not going to talk about this anymore. It's right now going. Military aid package provided to 65 million. That's not a lot. That was huge, though. That was huge, you know? And the reason it looked like air defense was because it came from Kyiv and then went up and intercepted something in the sky. But whatever that was, you would be happy that it didn't fucking hit the ground, you know? You'd be happy it didn't fucking hit the ground. Well, ML, listen, you think you're all that, right? You think you're all that. You've done it before, and I've proved you wrong before, right? And then you get mad at me. One time you tell me, oh, don't calm down, you know. And then when you went off mad, and then I told you to calm down, you said you don't tell me to calm down, like a fucking kid. So stop, you know, stop, just stop. What have I done you? Done you nothing. So stop. You know, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of all this Lee bullshit. You want to come in here, do nothing. I'm tired of it, okay? So either you shut the fuck up, or I'm gonna fucking ban your ass. That's fucking it. I don't care anymore. Fucking shut up, you know? I don't care. You're annoying. What kind of fucking people want to hang around you? Fucking assholes. Thinking all that. Oh, I'm a mod on Lee's channel. Oh, you know? Oh, I'm a mod on Lee's channel. Oh, I know everything. Oh, I know everything. I'm a mod on Lee's channel. Because I'm allowed to do that, okay? I'm allowed to do that when people are being annoyed to me. Okay? I'm allowed to do that. Think you're all that, right? Oh, I'm a mod on Lee's channel. I know everything, right? Oh, I'm a mod. Fucking ridiculous. Think you know everything. I'm sorry, okay? Oh, I'm gonna relax now. We're reporting real news here. It's a serious situation. People could be potentially hurt by this, and you still want to attack me for doing nothing. So, I'm sorry. That's what I want to say. If it doesn't sound kind of comfortable, I don't give a fuck, then. You know? Jesus Christ. I mean, seriously. Double standard? Oh, whatever. Listen, I'm not gonna talk about it anymore. That's it. You know, real fucking shit. People are dying. People are dying, right? Real fucking shit. We're seeing explosions over Kyiv. Real stuff. Right? And they still want to attack me for doing nothing. They want to say that I'm wrong, say that I'm speculating, saying, how can you prove this? How can you, you know, say that I don't report on sources? You know, I'm sorry, but it's seriously, you know, I hate being mad at people. I hate screaming at people. So, you know, seriously, you know, I mean, I rarely yell at people, or rarely ban people if I actually have to. But if you keep going like it, you know, it's fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry. It's just fucking, really, it's weird. I'm sorry, you know. Well, I'm not sorry about that, but I'm sorry about yelling, because it's not nice. Looks like it's calming down a bit, but you guys, that explosion over Kyiv, right? Air defense came down from here, over there. You can only see my mouse right here. Came here, and then accepted something. I'm kind of happy that it didn't hit the ground, because whatever that was, I mean, we were looking at a night vision camera, obviously. Things are going to look brighter on a night vision camera, but whatever it was, it literally looked bigger than the city on the night vision camera. You know, I'm happy it didn't hit the ground. You know, that's one hell of an intercept right there. Proof to word that that the Ukrainian air defense is working and are doing a job and doing their job. So, you know. Well, yeah, that's a lot of it, Tech, you know? And I don't do that, you know? I'm sitting here reporting right now, you know? Well, it does, live, it does. And I'm happy, you know? Some people do like me there. What are we, oh, these ones? Yeah, this one down here, right? So, look at this. This one right here is what I believe to be an ambulance station or some kind of EMT station. We have people walking down here, right? So they're obviously out, which is... I also, as soon as they came on, I was like, oh, look at these guys, they're out. And then as soon as I said that, you know, explosions. So they're probably out, helping out over there. Or helping, if anything, if anybody got hurt. We did see some of them hit the ground, which is unfortunate. A lot of them look to have been intercepted. So, yeah. Good night. Hello there, Timothy. Look to somewhat have calmed down now, but we're seeing this increation of I was about to say nuclear. We're seeing this increation of is that police right there? We're seeing this like inclusion of new attacks on Kyiv, at least after the summit. Isn't that's the orc cam right there? Yeah, that big one was definitely intercepted because you saw it explode over the ground, which was, but it literally, on the camera at least, it looked bigger than the city itself, you know? It literally looked bigger than the city itself, so I'm happy that didn't hit the fucking ground, but whatever that was, it was huge, you know? It was pretty, it could have done some damage, so happy it exploded in the air. The worst thing that could have happened on that is somebody's ears got blown out, which isn't funny. Oh, we got one guy back there. Looks like he's getting ready there. He could have been slashed the seat. Yes, I attack you, ML, because you did it before and you've done it before, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. You know, could have been a cruise missiles. I mean, they were also talking about, you know, just give him a timeout if you haven't already. Or at least hide him on the channel. I don't want to talk to him anymore. Also, another one, right? Nick Stations, right? I mean, I don't want to attack that guy, but he's a mod on Lee's channel. It just proves that they don't know everything as they say they do. Some of those mods are genuinely good mods and actually proven to have their sources and all that, right? But he came in here and spouting about the whole earthquake and how the znpp would set off a tsunami and they would set off volcanoes. Proves to me that, you know, they're not all knowing. So, you know, no matter who you are, this is very important life lessons. You know, I'm not claiming to be smarter than you. If you have knowledge that you want to share, if you're an expert on something, never be afraid to share it. I'm welcome. If you come in here and you say, I'm an Army veteran, and I know about this, and that, we used to do that, I would cherish that, because that means that I actually get to learn something from somebody who knows about it. But if you're somebody who doesn't know about the subject, you come in here and you spout all your unknowns about it, right? I don't claim to know anything about the subjects. I just read reports and cut a conclusion out from that. And these conclusions that I put out is supported by a lot of factors, right? I don't spout a conclusion as soon as it's like I see one report and then I say, oh, the world's gonna blow up, you know? When I see reports, I spout the conclusions of what is happening. I don't say, I think this is gonna happen, or I think this is gonna happen tomorrow, or something like that. I've never claimed to say, I think anything is gonna happen. I was talking about how the znpp could blow up before the summit, and I said, I don't know if it's gonna happen. I can't possibly know that, but it's very likely, because a Russian ministry, and not only a ministry, but the underhouse, somebody from that said that Ukraine was gonna do it, so I said Russia's obviously talking about themselves. I never claimed anything, never claimed to anything, and every time, even when I see explosions and they say like it's a drone, then even then I still say I can't claim this. So I never claim it before I know it, you know? It's alright, Witchy, you know? I try to keep a very positive chat. Try to keep it very positive. What? Seriously, can you shut the fuck up, dingbat? I mean, you're 70 years old. You act like a fucking child. I mean, seriously. When have I not had facts? What is this? Is this not facts for you? What is that not facts for you? Seriously, I'm sorry. Listen, you're 70 years old and you haven't sat down in a chat. You act like a child. Some of these people, you act like childs. I mean, I'm sorry. God damn. That is impressive. That's impressive. What's that? Well, that's not from today. What's that? The UK. Oh yeah, the UK put out an announcement. If you want to know my sources, if you want to know my sources, the UK government. Oh, is that no good? Is that not good enough? Is that not good enough? Right? UK said in a statement, the UK is not Amazon. Delivery services for weapons to Ukraine and Kyiv might be wise to let its supporters see gratitude. Britain's defense secretary has said, right? So it is a pretty busy night. I'll say that, Ocean. It is a very busy night because I mean, explosions here, right? Explosions in Kyiv, Poltav. Oh, and now explosions in Kyiv city, in Zaporizhia city. Look at that, Zaporizhia city explosions. Yeah. So very busy night. This is actually a new one. So very busy night. I mean, Kyiv, multiple explosions. And we even saw that big one right there. Busy night. And I'm just saying that because listen, the reason why I don't always freak out when I see like an explosion on the front line is because it's the front line. You watch the front line and you go, you know, oh my chat. Oh yeah, it's a busy night. Oh yeah, it is a busy night, Ocean. I gotta be honest with that. And you're doing a great job, Ocean. You know, first time at the job, or well, not first time obviously, but one of the first times. And we rarely get and have to do it, you know. But the reason why we don't always, you know, go, oh, this is a serious situation, is because when we're reporting something on the front lines, it's expected. You know, you expect explosions on the front line. Why? Because it's a front line. You know, front lines are of course active, as well as this war, and this war is very active, and this front line is very active. So the reason why we don't always freak out when we hear about that, the reason why we freak out when we hear about Key City or any other places, is because these places right here are never going to be conventional weapons. These places are always going to be some kind of long-range weapons. But the reason why you could know that is because, you know, you're not firing a shell from the front line to Kyiv. That's not a shell. Either it's a drone carrying a payload and the size, and if Russia was going to load something, they were going to load something bigger. Or it's the cruise missiles. And these sort of attacks always carry a lot of merry, and they always carry a lot of destruction with them. Which is why when you see this, you know, you get sort of worried. When you see this, you know, you're like, oh, it's explosions. You know, you get less worried because you know it's the front line. By the way, look at that right there. That's the, I was just looking at that, the volcano right there. So there's magma going over the side there. Look at that. It's actually getting, it hasn't stopped for 2 days now. It's been going like this for like 2 fucking days, which is insane, you know? On his BBS. What's BBS? I'm sorry, I'm not English. Wait. I'm gonna search it up before you answer. Bulletin board system? Bulletin board system. That's what you mean. Or He has poison ivy on his be back soon. That's what you're talking about. Yeah. BBS, be back soon. That's what... BBS. Yeah. Be back soon. That's when he has poison ivy. I've never heard of that body part before, but it's got to be a new one. Oh, look at that. You know, it's crazy right now. More than just one explosion. So look at that. Kherson. It's a busy night. Not only in this chat is it a busy night, it's a busy night in the Ukraine front lines. I still don't know what BBS means, but I'm assuming it's some kind of body part that we probably shouldn't be putting in the chat. So, or it's nothing. I don't know. I'm assuming it's a body part. We probably shouldn't put in the chat because otherwise you would probably spell it out. So, oh, okay, I can just imagine it. Poison ivy on that area. Oh God, poison ivy there. Oh, we realized how painful that's got to be. God damn. Holy shit. Tell him to take a hot shower. Actually, no, that would be stupid. Don't tell him to take a hot shower. Tell him to take a cold shower. Right? Or rob something? I don't know. I actually don't know. I'm not an expert on... there's another thing I'm not an expert on. Poison ivy. But hot showers, there's one that I know, right? Hot showers is not going to help you. Cold showers might. But it's going to be pretty painful. You know? That's emojis taking on a new meaning. They really have. And they're going to, Kyiv mass explosions moments ago. 2 apartment blocks are hit by debris on 2 separate Kyiv neighborhoods on the right and left banks. City military. This is a report from the city military administration. Both is away from initial site report hit. City military have reported that 2 separate Kyiv neighborhoods on right and left banks have been in fact hit, and the damage is unknown, but it appears that, and of course the casualties is also unknown. Again, no military strategic point of firing those drones, but what they're doing is... Oh, really? Okay, well, he was taking about 8 showers in 2 days. Wow. Well, thank you, Timothy. I do my show. Well, I don't know if I just thought, because I heard about it. I was watching a channel called Brave Wilderness. I know you guys know that. Great channel. But he gets like stung by all kinds of animals. He said that showers could trigger it to get more itchy. That's why I said cold showers. But I don't know. It could be. I could be completely wrong because I don't know anything about poison ivy. So I don't know why I'm giving you advice on poison ivy when I know nothing about it. Probably rub something on it is probably the best point of it, right? I mean, probably rub something on it. Something on it. I'll tell you what he's got to do. He's got to get some toothpaste and rub it on him. That won't hurt. Get him some chili. Get him some chili. Mix it up. Tell him to rub it on. That won't hurt. Just comes up with chili. Like, hey, I've heard this should help. Rub on some fucking chili, and that usually helps. That says that helps. I'm not completely sure. Did I just see something back here, or was that? Oh, because there's rain like in the front cameras, and I thought that looked like flesh, but didn't. Oh, it was big as well, because the whole thing about the whole night sky, like from here, right, all the way over there, was like lit up when that explosion happened. Keep in mind, this is of course night vision cameras, but the right and left bank, of course, spicy chili, yeah. But the thing about, strategically, this is a stupid attack. Once more, Russia-proof. What the fuck was that? I think that was a truck or something. I turned oatmeal into powder and made a paste. It helps a lot. See, that's what I said. Put toothpaste on it. That's what I said. I said it. Oh, look at that. Look at that magma coming down that hill. Look at that. It's getting huge now. Have you... Oh, bleach? Ah. Haha. Oh, this is a terrible discussion. Terrible. Did they hit in Kyiv or were they shot down? It appears that the report stated, and this is from the city military administration, stated that two apartments were hit, and we believe that what we were seeing on the cameras and what we were seeing was air defense happening, and the air defense appears to have been successful in shooting down some of those explosions over Kyiv. So appears that for now 2 residential buildings has been hit. Again, I repeat, residential, not military. Residential has been hit, and the casualties has not been reported. The level of damage has not been reported, and the amount of hits has not been reported. So can't know too much about now, but we know that there were interceptors, as we could see that on the camera. But we know that there definitely was some hits on and in Kyiv tonight, unfortunately. And you know, it's weird as well because it's apartments, and they keep saying, you know, it's for military purposes, but it's apartments. They're hitting apartments, you know. Isn't poison ivy something that goes away eventually? I mean, I know it's poison, right? And I know it can get pretty serious, but if you treat it right, doesn't it just go away at a certain point? I'm not very we don't even, I don't think we have poison ivy in Denmark, which is, or very rarely do we have poison ivy in Denmark, so it's very remote places may have it, but I've never seen it myself, so we're not very knowledgeable about that. You know, we have very limited sort of you know, plants or animals that are actually you know, spread fast. Oh, okay. We have very limited, we have plants and all that, you know, that are very limited in their poisonous. We have one plant that's like will kill you if you touch it, you know, but it will spread. Okay, so you have to contain it. All right. Do you get messages for that? I'm not even sure. This is not something I usually talk about, but I'm just getting it for further purposes because, you know, emergency action messages off the charts. All right. It's an oil. You can touch it, clothing or bleeding or something that's had it. Oh, you can't. Damn. Alright. It was actually pretty serious. Okay. Well, keep an eye on that one. Well, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on what's going on. Near the summit area? Okay, let me bring up the ADSB here. We got, what we got? We got an Airbus. We got a French E3 in Lithuania at the moment. And now we have, what do we have? We have a Luxembourg, which is also Another E3. Probably going to replace the one that's there, or a second one. That's there already. What is that? We got Airbus. We got Goldmasters. Good amount of air activity over Europe. Not too much, but a good amount. We got a Boeing 707 tanker. Italian Air Force. Okay. And a river joint. A tanker. Globemaster. Yeah. Good amount of activity. But, P8 right there. Yeah, P8, and then an untracked vehicle out in the Pacific. So, yeah, there's actually a good amount. If you scratch it, right? Now, if you scratch it and then you touch something, does that area get infected? Because what if you didn't know it was poison ivy and you then scratched it? Doesn't that area get affected? Got 2 tankers up in Japan. Not an unusual sight. With a Boeing and another Boeing. United States over Indonesia. We got a United Emirates military bomb. Okay, it's a weird name for it, but it's a bomb rate. Okay, it's a private jet, but its name has bomb in it, and it's from Saudi Arabia. You're not making it easy on us. Uh-oh, I think... Oh, did that just... I think the whole... Ooh, no. I think my screen's... don't freeze. Come on. Work. Don't go off. Don't go off. Don't go off. Oh, am I live? Am I here? Are we here? Are we here? Oh, I think something just went terribly wrong right there. Yeah, I think we're back. We're back. We are back. Holy shit. Terribly wrong right there. So skin it can spread. The trick is to wash it off and before touching the area once it goes out. Holy shit. In your lungs? Oh, in your face? Oh, God. Welcome back, Ocean. Oh, in your face. In your face, motherfucker. In your face. That's a terrible joke. It's a really terrible joke. Not a lot of updates from znpp coming out. Again, our latest update was the hot shutdown, which I have to monitor on that. Some genius put it on a fire. You put it on a fire? How fucking... Because you were being annoying? Is it... I mean, I don't have to answer that thing back. If I put you on timeout, there's a valid reason why I put you on timeout. Okay, so the bleach bath doesn't sound as bad as it might be then. Bleach bath works so well. The only time I've used it since I was 10 and it's 57 now. Alright. Age-old tradition then. Fair enough. should definitely do the bleach bath then. Somebody closing a door there in the background or whatever he is doing. Honestly, which I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about at this point. Whole map. I mean, it's crazy because usually we get like an all clear on the Ukrainian map after a good amount of time, right? But it's been on for like forever now, which does beg the question: is more? Is there still more going on? You know? Are they still concerned? Because if they're still concerned, you know, is this the first wave of attacks? I mean, what's going on? Is Russia preparing another wave of attacks? You know, so it's certainly seems to be still on at this point. And the yeah. It was. But anyways, doesn't matter. You know, it's usually we get this like an all clear, because usually these will be turning on and they will, after a while when the threat goes away, you know, they turn off. But now the threat's not gone away, which is begs the question as to what exactly are they going on as anything. Well, it's the right thing, Matt. It's just, you know, you came in at the wrong time. I was pretty pissed off, and then you came in at the wrong time. I think it was wrong time, wrong placement is what it was. Altering poison ivy oak scream and quantum itch next. What a name! All terrain poison ivy oak cream or oh no wait okay I thought that was the whole name. I thought the whole name was all terrain poison ivy oak cream or quantum itch nix gel. I thought the whole name. Goddamn. No, but I think there might be some domestic options, or talk about consumer options for poison ivy thing. My dog actually had an allergic reaction. I'll tell you what, because there's them going on. Yeah, exactly. You know, there's 3 explosions. I've actually rarely seen 3, you know, reported explosions at once, which is very rare to see. I haven't seen it for a while. It's certainly not something we've seen before the start of the war. And this website right here didn't exist at the start of the war, you know? What was I? Oh, yeah. A dog actually died of a heart attack earlier, 2 days ago. And my mom came into the room and she was telling me about it. And I, you know, called the guy up because I know the guy, and I said, you know, what happened? And he said, you know, went down to the river, talked, we were having a good time, playing with some dogs. You know, everything was fine. We would come home, right? And it's all of a sudden, the dog has an allergic reaction, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, right? Allergic reaction, the rash leads to a heart failure. Now we couldn't have known that the dog already had a bad heart. Can't know that, right? Because they had never had the dog tested for it. I'm not really sure if there is a dog test for it. But the condition then led to the dog actually having a heart attack. Now, the funny thing is, a week ago, that, my dog had an allergic reaction. Not unfortunate. It survived, and it's still okay now. And so for me that was like begging the question of they've been. And then today, you know, I saw a report that I was actually going to talk about this, but I forgot about it. I don't know if any of you are from Denmark, but there's been a report from a place called Silkeborg, which is a place in Denmark. It's a big city. They've talked about how the river has been contaminated. That's because likely. But the river at the places has been contaminated, and because of the big heat waves that's been happening in Denmark, and the disgusting weather, as I like to call it, very foggy weather. Holy shit! Wait, hold up a second. Oh, look at that! See that? Boom! Something right there. What was that? Oh, you see that? Look at that desert. Was that? What was that? It looked like to be very close. Is that an explosion? It looked like it was right there. Like it was right there. It looked like it landed right there. It could have been like a flashlight or something. But this kind of there was also here in Kansas. Yeah, exactly. But some algers, which I don't know how to pronounce that in English, but the things you get in the seas and all that stuff. You know, when you have like a river, no, not a river, what's that called? What's the word for not a river, but you know, like a puddle? Yeah, puddle? No, you know the puddles, but big size. I don't know the pronunciation of it right now. What's the word? But apparently there's been some diseases of it, and we've been talking about, me and my mom. We said we can't walk in that river anymore. Pond. Is that pond? No. Lake. I'm such an idiot. Lake. There we go. Lake. Thank you. No, sorry. A lake. No. Nothing to do with this is nothing to do with Ukraine. There's a lake in Denmark that's been reported to have been tested for a very serious and very deadly algers. I think that's how you pronounce it. And it's been very reportedly very dangerous for not only humans, for dogs that's been swimming in it and drinking from it. My dog had to have allergic reactions, so something's definitely going on in they were talking about it being red algae, actually, atheist, but it could be blue. I'm not, not sure about that. But talking about that, I got a lot going on. I have a lot of things in my mind, But talking about that, as you said, you can't put those dogs in the waters anymore, Anyways, getting back to the real news. Yeah, but apparently red algae not. It probably is blue algae. It's probably not red algae, but red. By the way, I want to tell you guys this as well. Was detected in California on the beaches. Actually, want to point that out to you guys. It was some time ago when they had reported on it. It was happening. A teenager actually got bit by a sea lion, as they call it, or a seagull or something. I think it was the sea lion. And those attacks occurred after the detection of those red algae, and then it apparently turns that animal quite aggressive. Another explosion here in well, I'm not gonna. Same explosion. I'm not going to try and pronounce that. I'm not going to try. I can't even pronounce algae or something. I don't even know. Guys, you gotta remember, I'm not English. I'm Danish, so some of these words can be a bit hard for me. And in the Florida Keys, yeah. So you know, want to watch out for that. It turns the animals quite aggressive, actually. It's very poisonous as well. I believe the report stated that it was aggressive and then it rounded up on the beach dead. So it's been a concern, and it's actually, some people are talking about the mutation, not the mutation, but the indications of the heat waves that's also been plaguing the USA. The 4th of July apparently has been a record. This 4th of July, by the way, was the record, was the highest temperature on the 4th of July ever. It was like a record-breaking one. So big concern right there, of course. You know what really, you know, what really grinds my gears is because they've been talking about the indications of if the ice was to melt, and indications in North America was that storms would get worse. Now, I don't know if you guys been keeping up with the news, but lately there's been a lot of storms happening in North America. And it's funny. It's funny you should mention it, right? Record high wildfire storms in Canada, which suggests that there's some kind of which suggests that there's some kind of leveling effect going on, that Canada has been turning hotter. And if you go back a few minutes ago, I rewind my from yesterday, you will hear me talking about floodings, not flooding, sorry, you keep in mind. You hear me talking about the negative effect, which nobody calls it that, but I call it that. The negative effect, you know, cold turns hot, but the effects of it will be shown whenever you see it, right? And the floodings, the indications, there's been a massive amounts of tornadoes. There's been you know, heat waves, you know. And I'm not American, but I'm announced that it's been record high on the amount of natural disasters happening in North America, not only in North America, but also in South America, where they've had some record high heatings, you know. Funnily enough, not Afghanistan, I was about to say Afghanistan, but Argentina has had some had some colder temperatures. So negative effect. So I'm just, you know, it might sound crazy, right? Because it might be crazy. It might be a crazy me trying to say anything that I don't really know much about, but it is a scenario that I have been thinking about a lot because we're seeing the indications of it, you know. India is definitely getting hotter. Also, the concerns are that it's my biggest concerns, of course, would be if it starts to get colder, which is funny because global warming will have the negative effect, not all over the place, but it will have in certain areas a negative effect, making some areas colder and some areas hotter. But I showed it yesterday. And yeah, you know, and I don't know if it's because of climate change, carbon emissions, or whatever. This appears to have happened before, which is the crazy part about it. The crazy part about what I'm talking about appears to have happened before. When we turned into an ice age, this appears to have happened before, which is the crazy part, you know, or the scary part. So to give you the indications of what I'm talking about, you You know, this is really the indications of what I'm talking about. Look at that, you know. And this one describes areas that already was cold gets colder. But when you look at this, for example, you know, these places up here, and that's desert right there. Afghanistan usually gets pretty cold. It usually gets pretty hot, but you know, in this scenario, it's completely covered by ice. You know, India is not covered. Part of India is up there is covered. Pakistan is completely gone. I mean, if this scenario, I'm just gonna point out, if this scenario was to happen, right, and it was true, right, India would lose all of their competitors. I know it's a crazy thing to say, but you know, if that scenario was true, but you see, England's completely covered, Denmark's completely covered. Areas that usually gets pretty hot, part of Italy kind of gets covered right there. Ukraine, Poland, and these parts of Russia, you know, that area right there, which is in the middle of the desert in America, you know, almost parts of California and parts of yeah, you get it, you know. Yeah, of course, I'm not saying, you know, this will happen. This is crazy, but I am saying that hot will turn cold, and a negative effect could, you know, could happen. But we're seeing the indications of it already with the record high ice meltings that happened here in 2023 alone. We're seeing the massively, you know, record-breaking ice melting in the Antarctica, which shouldn't be happening because it's winter in Antarctica, and winter should bring along more ice, but it's not happening. The ice isn't happening, and it shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't be possible. What's happening in Antarctica shouldn't be possible. I want to point out to you, it shouldn't fucking be possible, but it's happening. Oh, I wasn't saying anything. Sometimes I may come off as if I'm saying anything against people. I'm really not. I was agreeing with what you were saying, you know, because I'm not. Again, I'm not English, so sometimes I may say things that might come off as a bit like, but I'm not. I wasn't disagreeing with you either, you know. Just wanna point that out. I wasn't disagreeing with you at all. So yeah, certainly a scenario in which I'm gonna watch closely. But you know, you know, if you don't understand the science of it, ice reflects 90% of all sunlight hitting the earth, and the sun actually, when you look at the how the sun hits the earth, the reason why we have cold temperatures on the North Pole is because that's where the sun gets to last. And if you know, but if the sun starts to be able to actually get through the layer of ice and start heating up the area, and starts, not only could it destroy wildlife in the ocean because of all the fresh water mixing with the salt water, destroying a lot of the minerals, and not only the salt would be destroyed and those animals wouldn't be able to live there, but the floods and the flooding alone, the ice and the water levels rising, not only, but you know, we're seeing it in North America because North America has one of those, like, it's in the center of it. You know, the Gulf Stream runs just up along the coast of Florida and all the way up to Washington, and then it kind of splits off and goes over towards Europe. But in that scenario, it could push the North Atlantic deep ocean water further down towards America, making parts of where America is, and you could cross the New York River again. You know, the river in New York, I don't know what it's called, but Washington was the last one to cross it, right? It once froze. If that was to happen again, at the pushing the deep Atlantic Ocean's water down towards Washington and New York again, what could happen is that it could become very cold, and that Gulf Stream would be pushed further out and further out, maybe where we aren't seeing cold before. It could become very cold, which is my point. And this is not me being crazy, New York will be flooded, and this is not me being crazy. This is scientifically proven. It's not just me saying, crazy stuff. But I mean, this is what we're seeing tonight is definitely retaliation from what Putin considers a bad talk at NATO summit, where not only have we agreed on the factor of Sweden joining, we've also agreed on the factor of Ukraine. But of course, Zelensky keeps pushing for a timeline, but giving Zelensky a timeline is very, very hard for anybody to do, because you can't join the NATO alliance if you're in a war. We don't know when the Russian war is going to be over. If we don't know when the Russian war is going to be over, right? We can't know when Zelensky and Ukraine can be added into Ukraine. So we can't give them a timeline. What we're going to be looking at right now is that Sweden is going to be getting into NATO, or formally, but not before October. October. Yeah, and I think it's going to be next year. So it's kind of it's not a speedy process. It's kind of a slow process, but it's expected, of course. Which fucking sucks. Which is stupid. I gotta admit. But of course, the security commitments has already been made on Sweden. Russia has made security. Not Russia. Sorry, the EU and NATO has definitely made their security. Commitments towards Sweden, so they're safe for now, at least. But yeah, it's certainly it's a crazy thing going on right now, and Putin is definitely not happy. But Ukraine has been promised to be getting into the NATO alliance at some point, at least, and Stoltenberg says that it deserves a place, and that angers Putin in a very big way, because that's the exact thing he didn't want. So, going to see the indications here. Of course, Belarus, which is one of the key players here, have now been, at least the defense ministry has said that the Wagner is going to be training the Belarusian army, and for what reason we don't know. And there's still a lot of red. It's still very active here in Ukraine tonight. They're turning on the whole thing. This is kind of a new explosion happening here. But of course, we don't know why exactly they're planning on defending Belarus. They said the Wagner can only be in Belarus if they're ready to defend the country, which is like, what are you defending? Why are you saying defending? What are you defending? You're not in the war. So if they're getting ready to do something, you don't train an army for nothing. Spend the money on it. Belarusian army will not be trained by, let's be honest, somewhat of a battle-hardened group. Yeah, I mean, if we're adding on the 62,000 active personnel on Belarusian size, which is a very small army with not very great equipment, but with Russian support, it could probably bolster it somewhat. And with the training and other things. Oh shit! Look at that! Oh my god! Here we go, guys. This is a person being carried through the ambulance here. Look at this one right here. We don't know if this person is dead. If anybody, I don't know how we would know that. But yes, we're seeing a person obviously being carried here. He's probably from tonight's attack. Terrible thing. Terrible thing to see. They don't look to be in a hurry, which sort of annoys me. The explosions in Kiev, as we were talking about that, which and this is in Kiev right here, and this is a EMT area there, at least where we may believe that this is a hospital, could be, or at least an area where they have these facilities. So this is a very frightening sight to be beholding right now. That they're running in with and the reason that what annoys me is either the person is in good condition and is hurt, you know, and that's why they're bringing him out in this sort of fashion. But this looks like a nurse, and it looks like they're acting somewhat here. But that looks like also looks like a doctor of some sort heading into the hospital. Now, of course, we have to remember that incidents happen, not just because of war, but it is pretty, you know, this to see that happening. You know, we can't know what the person. We couldn't even know if this is because of the explosions. Maybe the person had some kind of problem, other problem. Can't know it. You know, but it is pretty weird that we're seeing that come through there as soon as, you know, we had these attacks going on here. So not a good sign to be seeing. Either it was because of the explosions or something else. Can't know, but we're probably not going to be able to verify this. But yeah, it's pretty not a good thing, you know, because is it a mother to a child? Is it a father to a child? Is it a child? You know, what exactly is going on there? So very saddening thing, but it is war, and it's expected, and you can't always know what things happen in war. That sucks. Now, of course, they're talking about this whole hot shutdown at the nuclear power plant, reactor 4, and I haven't been able to see any sources exactly on what the hot shutdown process means. The only one I have been able to say was that it means somewhat of a. It appears that Ukraine is turning off now, getting the all clear maybe, but yeah. Like I said, it just ran. Look at that. Looks like a woman. It looks like a woman. She got a call maybe. Or is she crying or what is she doing? Oh, she ran. Look at that. Smoking of some sort. Maybe not smoke. Got a call and then I'm off. I gotta run. I don't know why I'm laughing at that. That's not really. It's just the way that she did it. My bad. I didn't mean to laugh at that. That's a bad thing to be laughing at. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yeah, the whole hot shutdown, what I understand from it is the rising of temperature in a period amount of time that could be unsafe for the plant. Of course, we've seen the objects on that roof. Now, this is not the first hot shutdown. The reactor 5 has been on a hot shutdown for some days now, or weeks, I think. So, not a thing that's going to be destroying the plant. Of course, they're built to last. But objects on roof 4, and IAEA has not been granted access to the reactor 4 roof, which is one of the places, and reactor 3 was one of the places that they haven't seen, want to see, but they've not been granted access. So this is one of the scenarios that we're looking at right now, as to that they're putting it on hot shutdown. IAEA is not allowed on the roof. Well, what are they doing with that plant? What's going on there? That's the scenario that we're looking at right now, and has been a very serious problem there. Or problem. We can't really know if it's a problem or not. It appears that they're able to run on the hot shutdown. It's a thing they can do. We don't know how long or how extensively, or if there was to be damage to the plant while it was on a hot shutdown. You know, what's happening there? What would happen? can't really know. So, yeah, it's a scenario that we're looking at now. Obviously, all other claims about anything before has been proven wrong. The whole July 5th has been proven wrong. My own theory, or not theory, but my own, reports of the thing happening for the NATO summit was proved wrong. So, is anything going to happen? Can't know, but we have to continue to look at it. So, yeah. Ha. Right? Breathe some fresh air. I mean, it's a very likely scenario that, I wouldn't invite somebody into my room if I was doing, if it's like, somebody was to come in and say, and was to come to my house and they said, I have to inspect your house. And I said, no, you can't inspect my room. And they said, why? And then I said, for no reason, but you just can't do it. There's nothing in there, nothing scary, or nothing bad. There's nothing in there. Just can't do it, Why can't I do it? There's nothing in there. No, you just can't do it, Well, can that be permitted access later? Oh, yeah. In about 48 hours, you can be granted access. Because then it's going to be gone by then. What's going to be gone? Oh, nothing. Just, stuff. It's because the room is very hot. So it's in hot shutdown at the moment. It's very hot. You can't go in there, So you can't see it, See what? Nothing. Which that's the kind of scenario that we're looking at right now. Russian and those guys are just going, yeah, there's nothing there. You sure there's nothing there? Yeah, nothing there. You sure? Yeah, pretty sure. Why can't I see? That's why I can't. Well, I don't know. Just can't see it. You're just not allowed. Why not? Well, you shut the fuck up. You're just not allowed. Oh God. Well, Shuzzy. You guys want to hear a German joke? Knock knock. Somebody's got to say who's there. Knock knock. It doesn't matter who it is. Open the door now. That's the joke. That's the joke. Why did the chicken cross the road? Because it was following orders. Yeah, that's what it was. That's the German joke right there. Yell everything. It might have blown out some of you guys' eardrums, so I was doing that. That's a joke. That's a great joke, guys, right? Great joke. You guys want to hear a KG? Oh, no. KBG joke would be very similar. Knock knock. Who's there? Doesn't matter who it is. Open the door now. Knock, knock. Who is it? We will ask the questions. That's... Oh, we do have fun here. We do have fun here. We do. When there's no assholes, we do have a lot of fun. Dun, dun. Du, 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 du. We will ask the questions. We will ask the questions, Mr. Sunoben. Mr. Vladimir, we will ask the questions. Oh, good stuff. I will be back in about 5 minutes. I'm gonna just, well, maybe less. No, it's probably gonna be less than 5 minutes. Just 1 second. Mr. Putin, shall we use drones on military targets to win the war? No, we shall not. We shall use it on residential areas. But sir, we only have limited amount, and we cannot use them on residents. What military effect does that have? Excuse me. Can you come with me? Come with me, comrade. Come, let's look out this window together, yes? Yes. If you're wondering why the comrade didn't respond, you know why. Have any of you guys seen John Wick 4? If you haven't, I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm not going to tell you anything. All I'm going to say is, wow, it's an impressive movie. I mean, a lot of killing. I mean, you expected that, right? But a lot of killing. It is epic, you know? So, I'm not going to say anything more than that if you haven't seen it. But it is epic. It is on another level of extreme. Just you're a huge John Wick fan? Oh, nice. It was. I mean, at that scene, I was like, "Come on! Like, is he ever going to get up?" Like, also the scene where he was falling, right? And he's just like, he fell, and he fell all the way down. You know, you're seeing like, oh, he's gonna get to the top, and then, yeah. No. Just doesn't get to the top all the time. I fucking hilarious. John Wick, do me a favor. Kill as many as you can. Yeah. You know, I love his answers to anything. Yeah. Just yeah. The ending was epic, but I will not be spoiling the ending for anybody. I will not be saying that. That would be terrible because it's a very secret ending, and if you don't know about it, you know, I will not be saying that because that would be the biggest spoiler of all time. You guys in the summer, you get like ice with anything, you know, you put some ice cubes in any kind of drink. Right now it's Coca-Cola, but you know, you can get ice cube in anything, you know, and it would taste amazing. The taste isn't different, but it's just that it's so cold and it's hot and it's just like you enjoy it, you know. You know, every time I get home from a run, I grab some ice cubes. I don't know why I'm doing this right now. Grab some ice cubes, I get a glass of water and put the ice in, and you just enjoy that, you know? It would ruin the surprise of the ending. But apparently, I'm just gonna say it, you know, there has been talks about another movie from him, but, you know, can't say if he's gonna do one, but there has been some talks, and you know, I'm gonna leave it at that, you know, there has been some talks about it, so... Look at that, though. The funny thing is, and this is why it's so beautiful, because this volcano right here is a very beautiful spectacle. You know, I don't think it's. Can we get a better? Oh, we actually can. I don't know why I've been running on a better spectrum right here, but you look at all this right here, right? It's very beautiful, and the reason why it's so beautiful is because it's 8 degrees in the area. You know, the current 8 degrees it appears to be. And when you have that cold mixed with the heat, it just creates this sort of very light looking effect, and all this smoke right here. I mean, it's gonna be smoking no matter what, but all this wouldn't look like this in like a in a hot country where the volcanoes go off. This is a very unique effect that you get in Iceland because it's so cold, and you mix it with the. And it mixes with the magma. It just creates this very beautiful effect right there. You know, and the thing about this is, you know, I think that right there are people. I think this is people right here. I am not sure if that's people, but it looks to be people, maybe? No, maybe not. But I just want to point out to you guys, this is very, very large, you know? This is not small. I was looking at it before and I was like, maybe it's small, you know, maybe it's zoomed in, but it is not small. It is very, very huge. You know, that right there little drop of a magma right there, right? Would be bigger than a human. All those small little splatters you see hitting the side of that right there, you know, is enough to cover a human. All those small little ones right there is enough to cover humans. So it's yeah, it cools a lot quicker in creating this effect right here. I have seen the 2007 movie. Have I seen that one? Have I seen that one? Is it the one where he is in? Is it the one where he goes to what's that called? Puerto Rico or something? Have I seen the seven? Let me just. Have I seen it? Maybe I have. Oh yes, I have that one. Yes, I've seen the. Yes, that one I have seen. There's some very yes. It's a good movie, yeah. Yeah, it looks to be people. Are there people on the shot now? There it is. I think, yeah, that's people. Look at that. They're walking. Yeah, that's people right there. But look at that. You know, that mountain there compared to that. Look how small they are to that compared to that little hill right there. So look, just imagine how massive this is. It's huge. Really tiny, you know. Just look how massive that is. Hitman, I love the games as well. I play a lot of. I have all of the games, and I've completed all of the games. I've completed Hitman, the special editions as well. I've played all those games. I'm really in love with the games. There's the Hitman 1, 2, and 3, and then there's some other ones that's called Hitman Absolution, and some other ones from earlier, which are also great. I've completed all of them. The best ones are the main games. The Hitman 2, Hitman 1, 2, and 3, which are those are really great. I'll be honest. I think Hitman 3 was. It's not the worst one, but it kind of was a little bit, you know. I expected a bit more. I'll be honest with you. It was a good game, but I expected just a tiny bit more, you know. Tiny bit more. These kind of conversations you have when there's nothing going on. And right now we had a lot of things going on. Of course, it's a very busy night, not only here in this chat, but in Ukraine. So, a lot of stuff going on there in Ukraine tonight. A massive amount of drones attacks, and really a bad night for people in Ukraine. And of course, this scene right here with the person being brought in, you know, we can't know if that was anybody from the attack, but it was certainly very horrid to see. Oh, sorry, I've closed that. Blah. Yeah. Well, there you go. It has picked up. I mean, you know, yesterday we were watching some strange lightning. And actually, be honest with you, there is this weird massive light thing that they have that they use for come out with a stretcher there again. That they use for sorry, I'm trying to see if another person is coming out there. They brought out a stretcher right now. I don't know if another person is coming out with this ambulance again. So watch that. But yes, that huge lighting we saw in the sky. I think there is certain people that have those. I think maybe another person coming out here again, or what? But Volcano Glow drives live. All right, I might check that out. I'll be honest with you, I don't think my computer can tolerate much more. We might get it up. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Don't worry. But yeah, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, that light in the sky was apparently this big ass light that they used to carry around for Ukrainian air defenses. They used to carry them around to help spot. And apparently that was what we were seeing yesterday. This big ass light in the sky was actually a air defense guidance system, sort of not guidance, but it's used to help air defense and sort of a spotting light, I would say. It's really big military grade flashlight that they turn on. At least that's what I think it was. I think that's what it was. I mean, it's the only logical explanation that I have about that one. Doesn't appear there's anybody coming out of this one. It just appears they got their stretcher back. So not a lot of fatality. I mean, yeah. I will check out. What is his channel name? Let's search up Iceland volcano. Is it Isaac? Oh yeah, this guy. Isaac, right? Isaac or Isaac? Sorry. They put out a straight beam speed. Sorry.
Look at this.
The whole thing is lagging a bit here. Sorry. I will have to mute him. Not because I want to, but obviously it would be a bit confusing if there's somebody knocking over it. Look at that though. And that's what I'm talking about. It's like a whole line right there, and that's the area we're seeing that's the most active. I would imagine. Look how beautiful it is though. So we see him get a shot of it. And that's people on the mountain of it, or mountain, or whatever that is, or hill, or top, or whatever. That's live, baby. Yeah. Hey Timothy, you know of any light that would be used by either the Russians or the Ukrainians that could sort of, well, not hover, but in a sense be in the sky to sort of to guide drones or air defenses? I don't ask you specifically. It's just you gave me that answer, so I was just wondering if you had any knowledge on it. Because I'm not completely knowledgeable about the air defense systems or or their guidance abilities. Have we seen this whole thing right here? Oh yeah. We do like that because I think it might be better if I have it like this. He's probably going to be circling around here in a second. But that also gives you a good comparisons of how big that magma lava. I like to call it lava, but in reality, it's magma. It is lava, you know. But you know, look at that. The people compared to that, you know, it's such an amazing thing to see. And those colors, as I was talking about before, because it's so cold, those colors get really, really vivid. You know, it's a very, very beautiful thing to see, actually. And it's, as much as it's, you know, dangerous, it's actually not as dangerous as you would think. As long as you stay away from it, it's not going to be. As long as you stay in a good distance, you know, it's not as dangerous as you would think it is. Of course, there's a massive puddle of magma right there. Look at that. It kind of spreads. Kind of looks like fungus. You know what I'm saying? Kind of looks like the way fungus spread, in a way. You know. In a way, I know it doesn't. I know it didn't exactly look like that, but you know. Also, the surrounding areas around here that isn't being fed, constant magma. It has also appeared to be, well, frozen, or at least, yeah, frozen. I would say is the right word, or stoned or hardened. Fractals, yeah. Could be a fairly large stone with it's possible. I mean, that's true, because when you think about it, it started on the ground and then it moved up, and it was very it was standing still. So it could be a drone when you think about it. You know, some of those drones with the capabilities of, yeah. I mean, I just don't really know what it was. I was completely baffled by it, and I was saying to people, I'm thinking UFO, you know, at this point. You know. They definitely added tonight here in Kiev with the explosion there. I think this is Kiev that we're looking at. No, not that one. This one up here. Not this one. This one up here. This must be Kiev that we're looking at then. Well, it could be like a thing that the Russians used to use, but doesn't have a lot of left, and then they don't really use it. But it appears that they've pulled out a lot for these past few days, because this sort of attacks we didn't see like since the start of the war, but now we're seeing it here in the Awakened Lights here, you know. So what exactly you know, that they're using so much just these past few days on an attack to what, you know, show that we still have something. Oh, I think I hear air raids in the back. Yeah, I think I hear faint air raids here in the back. There's that air raid systems are back on. Oh yeah, it's definitely air raid here in the back. Maybe just turn off again. Nope, they're still there. I don't think you guys can hear that, but I can definitely hear it. Donetsk? No. They smoke a lot of cigarettes. I mean, I'm observing, like, these EMTs and these guys, they smoke a lot. Like, you know? Yeah, there was definitely some air raids going on right there, but I don't know if it's still on at this point. But there was definitely air raids in the back there. Oh, no. Here they come. The air raids are back on. Zaporizhia and Dnipro just cleared, yeah. Yeah, we got air raids on in the background here. Keeping my eye fixed on the camera, see if there's anything we can have it pointed at there. See if there's anything light up or something. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the whole smell. Yeah, I mean, I get it. You know, sort of a stressing thing. I mean, if you're seeing from a bombardment, you don't know what you're gonna be seeing. So yeah. Oh, they're getting clear back here in the background now. This weird air raid that doesn't stop. It just goes on. Kharkiv, maybe. Well, I wasn't pointing out anybody. I was just saying, you know, I mean, this guy alone right here, he's popped maybe 5 in the time that he stood here. So that's all I'm saying. You know, because air raids turn off there again. Yeah. Well, atheist. No, you're not atheist. Is that how you say it? Atheist. Oh, atheist. Atheist. We know what you smoke. Okay, it's no secret. We know it. We know it. Yeah. We're definitely seeing this light. Well, I'm not gonna pronounce. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. Ateas. 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 The god Ateas. Right? Well, you know, if it's the end of the world. Definitely just lighting something here in the background. We've seen this on a few days, or at least these times, so it's nothing serious, but it's these lighting something going on back here. Did he? Is that a joke, or did he? Because I'm like, you know, I wouldn't say I would imagine, but you know, because in the armies they might not, you know. Are they heading off here again? No. It looks like they're wearing vests when you look at it. That looks like vests, like actual arm, it looks like actual vests they have in the background there. Especially the PDC. Oh. Really? Okay. Well, I mean, coping problems. I mean, it is a medical drug for many people, and many people have subscriptions for it, of course. So, no shame in that. And I think in times of war is many of the times where you would say, yeah, you could do it. You could go for it. You know. Look at this guy down here in the volcano. He's getting really close to that there. They are a sight to behold. That's for sure. Spying on Russia? How could they? how could they spy on Russia? How could they do that? What a... Russia never spies on anybody. You know? How could you spy on us? How could you? We have never done you anything. Spying on you? Don't make me laugh. Sorry, I'm... Oh yeah, I see that. We're talking about Roxy. Uh, well, that could have been something. That didn't sound like a car. It could have been some kind of rocket going over right there. Talking about Roxy 44. Oh yeah, that's the river joint. Yeah. That's definitely been spying. Doing something. Flying back there. The weird thing about those, because when I hear cars, right? But the weird thing about that one, it just said shoo. You know when you fire a rocket and they go out and it goes like shoo, shoo, shoo. You know? Kind of sound like it did that in the start. Shoo, shoo. You know? But it could be a car. Just, you know. It was pretty fast for a car, which is weird, and this is in Donetsk, so... But of course, I think there's a road here. So that's what's me... That has me wondering about that, but... It was pretty much... It was like... Shoo, you know? You heard that earlier? Well, you're welcome, Crystal. Maybe it was. I gotta be honest with you, you know, because it's sometimes I think it's cars when it does sound like cars, but that sounded really fast for a car, you know, like shh, you know. Wonder where that's going. Maybe we'll see it here in a second. If you have not gotten or liked or subscribed, it is free. You can always undo it, and it does help out. It's weird, you can, because when you look at that lava, you think, "Can I touch that?" And when you know it, when you touch it, you know, you burn your hands. But it was worth it. Can I touch that? Confirmed? No, I can't. So, well, now we know. You know. Yeah, thanks, buddy. We already knew that, but, you know, thanks for proving it, I guess. Watch this pan. I'm gonna cook something on lava. That's what I'm gonna do. Could you do that? Could you go near somewhere with lava and then put a pan on it and then fry some bacon? Could you do that? Think about it. Think about it. You know. Think about it. Think about it. Turn around in your head and then come back. Take a look. If you know, you know. Well, I don't know. It's actually one of the first volcanoes I've seen live happening. Otherwise, I don't. Oh, look at that. That Belga reading right there. Look at that. You know, Odessa. Sorry. Sound like something. What's that? Are those ships? Look at that. Are those ships? Kind of look like they got hit there. Over there, look at here. Something happened right there. Look at that. Are they firing at something? Is that a ship firing? Look, it looks like it's firing at something. No. Because this is Odessa, and it's looking, if this is Odessa, it's looking towards Crimea, maybe. That could very possibly be a ship. Because look at it. It kind of looked like it was standing here. We know there's been some ballistic fire from here, right? And then it kind of looks like it's doing some kind of fire situation right here. That was a machine gun. I gotta be honest, because look at that, this is underwater. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're looking at the water right here. I don't know, of course. I can't really, but I'm pretty sure it's the water. Yeah, look at that. If I go back, maybe we can confirm this. Yeah, look at that. This is the Belgard, and this is got to be Crimea right here. So this is a way back earlier. So we're looking at the sea right there. So that was definitely a ship of some sort. Black Sea Fleet, probably very likely Russian, because Ukrainians do not have ships going on there. But that was very likely machine gun fire from a. Only question is what they were firing at. That is interesting. It's the only question that they're what exactly they were firing at is my question. Keep an eye on that. Why would you be using a machine gun? You can't exactly hit Kyiv with a machine gun, you know. Aircrafts? Maybe. We'd be steering pretty far into enemy territory. Look at that. It's cam, what's that? Cam 75 Belgorod, or not Belgorod, Belgorod. I think it's spelled Belgorod. It's in Odessa. I searched that up just so you know. You missed, what we believe to be a ship right here that was firing some sort of, shells or some sort of, machine gun fire right now is what we're looking at. You missed, were you here at the attacks? You probably were. We have a river joint appears to have been spying on Russia over here from in Alaska. Otherwise, I don't think you missed much. I'll be honest. You missed some of my funny jokes, German, and you know, but you missed some of my jokes. I was doing some German and KBG jokes earlier. You missed those. Pretty sad, but. Yeah. Oh! Hello. Who's that? Did you see a bright flash, or was that my eyes that was playing tricks on me? Did my eye play tricks on me? Might have been my eyes. Because these things go in front sometimes, and it kind of looks like flashes. I know I saw a fake flash over there. Apparently I didn't. No, I did not. Alright. My bad. That was not a big flash. Thought I saw a big flash, but yeah. You missed my best part, you know. But I could do them for the God's sake again, you know. If you anybody here who wants to what's that? What is that moving through there? It is moving at a very slow speed. What is it doing? What exactly is it? That's my question. Something going on back there. The bus? Vehicle going on? Looks military. Something going on back there. Some kind of broad speaking system, maybe. Rumor has it that yes, they're off the charts, and Lee was reporting on that, but you know, emergency air messages, you know, I want to listen to those. Somebody saying Sulu, Charlo, blah, 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 you know. Listen, something happens. I'm not, you know, I'm sorry, you know. But it is weird, and I'm not gonna discourage that it's off the charts. But sometimes, and many times, we have these off the charts EAM systems, but nothing happens. So it's, for me, this is starting to get a little bit like, oh, we have off the charts, and then, you know. When dubs aliens, the answer always aliens. When doubts aliens. Listen. Okay. Knock knock. This is only for live. You gotta say who's there. Okay? You know, knock knock. This is a German joke. So you gotta say knock knock knock. Thank you. I was gonna say anything before anybody said it. Okay. It doesn't matter who it is. Open the door now. That's a German joke. That's, yeah. No, you're not supposed to say knock knock. All right. Well, I can say knock knock. You say knock knock. Okay. Who's there? What the fuck are we doing? I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's definitely aliens. Listen, guys. I'm not saying it's anything, but it's something. You know? Oh, we got Forte 10 up. Yeah, Forte 12 is up, actually. That's another one. Forte 12, and Forte 12 has conveniently positioned itself very near the Kirk Strait Bridge, which has been talked about lately. Look at that, kind of doing circles. Kirk Strait Bridge is there. Usually they fly a lot more over here. No, who's there? Aliens. Wow. Wow. That was wow. That was wow. Anyways, well, usually they would do a flight pattern, which is very much more towards Crimea and all the way here. But today they appear to have. All right, see you later, Oceans. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for being here. Thanks for timing a lot of people out. But they do a flight pattern over here, which says something with the, of course, with the Kirk Strait Bridge going on over there. So, yeah, to me that's something. I will probably also leave you guys here sooner or later. Will you require me to leave the stream up? I can leave the stream up for you guys tonight. Hopefully it won't crash again like it did last time. But I could leave the stream up for anybody who wants. Make money while I sleep. Rich people laugh. But I mean, it you know, this will get definitely more beautiful as it turns a bit darker. So it would be a shame to turn off now. Could just leave this up for you guys. And then when I come back in the morning, you guys are going to be giving me the briefs. When I come back and I'm going to go, if you don't give me the briefs and the correct briefs, I'm going to fucking ban your ass. Oh. This. I expect one of you to just stay up all night or a day, just stare at the screen. You get your only chance now. You get your chance to grab your snacks now. That's the only chance I'm gonna give you. Otherwise, I'm not gonna give you any more chance. You got your chance. You ready? You got 3 seconds. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. Sorry, I'm in one of those moods right now. I'm just all over the place. It's been a weird night. I think this whole situation has just put me in a weird mood. You know. Weird sort of death, because death just hits me wrong. I'm that kind of person who likes to keep things light, and why I don't like yelling at people. I don't like, you know, doing all that stuff. And the kind of person who likes keeping things light, and when you have to spend time doing you know, all that, you took your meds, okay? All right. Well, yeah. I have a leaving up for anybody who wants, of course. But yeah, if you want to go support these channels right here, do excellent covering. I use them a lot. Well, I use them every day actually. These guys right here, TVL, can't pronounce that, but you get it. Their links are in the description. Here's the same wave link. These guys do excellent coverage, and these are the ones that I use for these live cams sit here. And if you want to go help and support the one here, the Isaac Finn's book, whatever. Whatever. I don't know why I tried to pronounce that. 1 second. I'm gonna shout out the other guy as well, because he also, we've been using him a lot today as well. Okay, I can't. The other guy's channel's name are RUV, RUV with a special U. If you search up Iceland Volcane live, and then you go to the name of it, which is called, actually the volcano, I got it here, guys. You want to hear my best pronunciation of what this volcano is called? Little Hutr. That's what they named the volcano. Why do they have to make such weird names? Why can't they just name it Kevin? Like some guy came up with it and so went, what should we call it? Little Hutr. Sir, can we just call it Kevin? Kevin? Yeah, or something simple that everybody can pronounce. No, we can't call it Kevin. No. Kevin? Wait. Call it Little Hutr. Probably means something else on the other thing, you know, but Bob was taken. Bob has been taken by somebody else. They had to figure out another name. But yeah, great coverage. This is a drone from that place. Oh, actually, this is not live. My bad. Well, it doesn't really matter. But this is actual drone, like live footage from Iceland. Great people right here doing these live streams. My brothers in arms. Lava is mesmerizing. That is very, very, that is very cool looking right there. It's almost like water. It just keeps coming up. It's weird to think that that's underneath us, right? Why don't we just sink to the ground when that's underneath us? That's what I don't get. Why don't we just sink to the ground? That's underneath us. Why don't we just sink to the ground? You know? I'm kidding. Imagine if that was my thought process. Like, why don't we just sink to the ground? Like, you know, like this is lava, and then, you know. Oh, no. I wouldn't, I'm not that dumb. But, yeah, I will be leaving the streams up for you guys. Interesting night tonight. Of course, I apologize for yelling earlier, but I think it was about time that I said something. Those guys had been, well, not, I wouldn't say harassing me, but they've definitely been acting as if they weren't, as if I was less valued. You know, they definitely acted like I wasn't, you know, like what I was doing wasn't truthful, or what I was doing wasn't, that I was just making shit up, you know. Which is what I'm not. I'm not making shit up. I would never make stuff up. I'm the least fearmonger person that I know. I would never put out anything that was like, I would never make a title that was terrible disaster at znpp, watch now, you know. I would never do that. My titles right now are only things that has been reported and confirmed. Like, for example, my title right now, which is not fearmonger. My title right now has not got emergency in front of it. It has Wagner to train Belarus, znpp reactor 4 on hot shutdown, iaea not there yet. That's my title. That's all proven stuff. All stuff that's been proven. Meanwhile, other people put emergency, red alert, you know, in their titles, and then call themselves not fearmongering. I get it. You know, you got to get your channel views, but when you come into somebody's channel and say that they're not, who's not doing it, don't act as if you're better. I'm not. I never fearmonger, and I never try to scare people. I'm trying to bring these guys these news fresh and good. And, you know, we sit here and we see things live. We're literally seeing things live. I mean, Kyiv today, we saw what happened live, and then we got the reports and we saw it happen. We even saw people come in on the ambulance. So I try my best, but I will see you guys tomorrow. I will leave the stream up for you guys so you can take a look here. Banhammer every day. Yeah, exactly. But have a good time tonight. I don't know how any of you are gonna stay, but this stream will be left up so you can have your own look at znpp. Sorry. So you can have a look at the lava and everything. This guy might not be live all night, which is something, but yeah, whenever it goes offline, it might. I don't know if it's gonna start a whole new series or something like that. Hopefully it doesn't go too far. But have a good time. So, bye-bye.